We are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicenda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP. We're a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard, and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is to help amazing designers find great players who love their game and help amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a ton of different ways, but hands down, my favorite is to sit down with the designers of those games and just get a chance to play it. Tonight is no difference. We are sitting down with Zedeck Siew to play an adventure out of Reach of the Roach God. Zedeck, for people who aren't familiar with your work, tell them who you are, what you do, but also tell us a little bit about Reach of the Roach God.
Hi, I'm Zedeck. I'm a writer and game designer based in Malaysia, and yeah, so me and visual artist Macau, we make a series of RPG zines called Thousand Islands, which is a fantasy RPG world inspired by Southeast Asian myth history and sort of our home, really, where we are, what we do. And we are making our first book, which is Reach of the Roach God, which is also our first sort of adventure/campaign book. So yeah, it's on. Sorry, I'm losing my mind. It's on Kickstarter and the campaign has 10 days left.
Awesome.
So yeah, please check it out.
Also, if you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube now or later, links are in the description to go straight to that. Also, if you right below Charlie's face, Charlie, if you want to point down right below your face, there is a link that will take you straight to it. Also, to ttrpg.link /reachgame. I'll drop that in the chat on Twitch shortly. Also, too, I've already backed it. I hope everybody else gets a chance to also too. But I'm very excited to have you run it for us also too tonight. But let's meet some of the other folks we're going to be playing with. Since I already mentioned them and they're still pointing, let's talk to Charlie. Charlie, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Hi, so my name is Charles Ferguson Avery. I am part of Feral Indie Studios, which is a small little art/creating studio, mostly focused on role-playing games and fantasy art. I'm known for Into the Weird Wild. We are currently writing our second book related to it about cities, and you can find most, if not all of, on Feral Indie Studios at itch.io.
Awesome. Let's hop over across the screen from our viewers to BJ. BJ, tell people who you are, what you do, and where they can find you online.
Hello, my name is BJ. It's short for Buko Juice. It's also short for my real name, which I will not disclose here. I am he, him, and I am from the Philippines. So you can find me usually at, I think it's bukojuice.itch.io. You can find me there or at bukojuice.games. I usually talk about Philippine mythology and how to apply them on RPGs in general. One of my biggest contributing work right now is in the Islands of Sinauna, which is a D&D 5e supplement. And you could also see my personal work. I mentioned it already at bukojuice.itch.io, where I basically explore Philippine mythology and try to use it in a system agnostic sense. What else? I am one of the pioneers for the RPG SEA. That's RPGC. That is basically a collective of role-play gamers from Southeast Asia. There you go. Thanks.
Awesome. And let's hop up to Richard Ruane.
Hey, I'm Richard, and I am the creator of Barrow Keep and Moonlight at Roseville Beach, and recently about to come out Enoch's Wake. And I am really, I've gotten to talk to Zedeck several times about the Thousand Islands, but I've never gotten to actually play the Thousand Islands, so I'm really looking forward to it. So
awesome. I am also looking forward to it. We also always use a few safety tools here on the channel. At default, we use lines, veils, and the X card. Lines are things that may happen in the world of our game, but don't happen in the course of our game. Veils are things that may happen in the course of our game, but they're handled very delicately. Either we move through them, treat them very lightly, or just sensitive around them. And then the X card is the ability for any player at any point in time to say or type or message X for us to pause the game, identify what the issue is. No explanation is necessary, though. and then move forward in a different direction. Usually maybe we'll add a liner veil at that point in time if there wasn't a clarity around one. And then also we maintain an open door policy here on the channel. So if you see somebody have to get up and scoot out of stream for just a second because they had to take care of something, that's totally normal. And we want to remind everybody that everybody on this stream is a real flesh and blood person who has normal human needs and is a real live person. So if they need those things come up, people should feel free to take care of them. We'll also take a break if we need to at some point in time. Either Zedeck or I can call that whenever it makes the most sense. We're going to play for a couple hours, and then we'll chat a little bit about the adventure also at the end too. If you have any questions about it as we're playing, feel free to toss those in the chat wherever you're at. But with that said, Zedeck, I'm going to hand things over to you to take us into the reach of the Roach King. You're going to do great. We're all here for you. We're all here together. It's going to be awesome.
So, content warning to begin with, there will be roaches. Also, I was planning for maybe a 3-hour game, 3 to 3.5. But because of the nature of the adventure is to be open-ended, we may end earlier or we may not get to a satisfying ending, depending. It really is what I wanted to play with you all today is really just a sort of exploration.
Cool.
And we can stop whenever but I'm eager to start. I haven't run a game for a year, which makes me quite worried. But yeah, so if everybody's ready, we can begin.
Yep.
So I would like to set the tone and put you all in a single boat 2 days west on the river. So you've been traveling west, and it is the sun has gone down, so it's now dark, and you are pulling into the sort of a dock. There are lights up ahead of a village, the next village basically on this river journey that you've been on. And who do you see in the boat? Can we start with Tony?
Yeah. So I am playing Denim. Denim is kind of shrugged back against kind of the wetness of the surroundings inside what look like older, well-worn, but well-maintained robes. They've got a long walking stick with a few different jugs kind of hanging off the end of it. As they walk, you can hear kind of a jangling sound coming from behind them. They are fairly tall and kind of gaunt, and oftentimes you have kind of the sense of them kind of fading into the background more often than not. They don't assert themselves. When they are not asserting themselves actively, they are very easy to not notice.
Okay. When Dunum looks over at BJ's character, what does Dunum see? BJ.
Okay, so my character is large and heavy set. And he is a quiet type of character. He doesn't really speak much. His name, though, is would probably tell you something about him. His name is Gat Puno. Gat is actually an honorific, kind of like sir or something like that. But it is also short for Ugat, which means root. So it's basically a title for showing you that he is like a provider because the roots provide nutrients. And then because I got really lazy, his actual name is Puno, which is just tree. So he's basically a tree trunk. He's just large and heavy set and stoic, and he has a big AF, huge AF oar. So he actually does help with the rowing of the boat from time to time with this big oar, but it's also his weapon, so he kind of like
Right.
slaps people with it.
Can I ask very quickly, the title God, what does it mean from for the culture that Puno is from? Like, is it a no in the social stratum?
It's a title of respect actually.
Okay,
It's more of like sir.
right.
It's not like lord. It's closer to like someone you respect.
Okay. Charles, what does your character think of God Puno's title, and does he use God? Does he or she, do they use God?
Pensive storm clouds, the enormous serpent, does use the honorific, but does not see them as someone equal to their own status. And Pensive storm cloud tries to just keep them in their mind as much as they can, but at the edges, as they must contemplate many of things in their they're just napping, contemplating anything. They nap all the time.
Does Pensive Stormcloud have any distinguishing features, like in their hood or?
They are.
Sorry to stop you. Pronouns for Pensive Stormcloud, Gapuno, and Dunum. So I just know.
Pensive, yeah. Pensive is he, him. Go with.
God, how do we call you?
Wait, or BJ.
BJ, your character.
Yes.
pronoun.
Gapuno is he, him.
And Dunum.
Denim is they them.
Okay. Sorry, Pensive Stormcloud. Apologies to the Divine Snake for interrupting. Please continue.
Yes. Their distinguishing feature is that they are, despite being, they're a human-sized snake, cobra. They're also oddly corpulent. And wherever they lie in the boat seems to kind of drift down that way. That being said, they hold themselves into whenever they raise themselves up and puff out their head, their extra size gives them an even more imposing visage and silhouette.
Richard, what does your character? Is your character helping row the boat as well, or are they relaxing like Denim and Pensive Stormcloud?
I think Akram, who uses he, him pronouns, is definitely way smaller than everybody else. Definitely significantly smaller than Pensive Stormcloud. Just physically like a tiny person, but really enthusiastically helping row.
Okay.
Very, very enthusiastically helping row. While also kind of carrying on various like small talk conversations, very extrovertedly, and flipping through like a hardbound, like leather tome of that just has various illustrations of demons in it. So he's like flipping through, like he's reading, talking, and rowing, with various focus on various tasks at different moments. Yeah. So like the book is in his lap and he's helping row and he's talking to people, and then occasionally like turning a page, and it's like this big illustrated catalog of demons. He's carrying no weapons. He does have a lot of snacks on him. Having played Down We Go before, I know that Marcus is really insistent that people pack snacks if they plan to have them.
Snacks are always important.
Snacks are very important.
Right. So, as you're so what are you saying to the rest of the group, Akram?
It's all small talk stuff. Like, so where are you from? And tell me about where you're from. And I always use the honorific. God.
Okay.
I always use the honorific. Like he wants to know where you're from and what it's like there, and it's like he's never really been out in the world before.
I think like since Akram is very enthusiastically rowing, it's a very interesting contrast for me because Gatpuno is like does this one big row for every 5 enthusiastic rows. Akram is like, yes, where I come from is a peaceful land.
And I'm just imagining the boat sort of drifts to one side, to Akram's side, and then course corrects every 5 rows.
Mm-hmm.
Drifts and course corrects. As the conversation, as Akram sort of tries to make headway with the Gatpuno, you find your words interrupted by a keening far overhead. It goes, and the sort of insect song along both banks ceases. And 3 breaths pass. In the village ahead of you, you hear in the far distance a baby begin to scream, like as if startled awake and like sort of, and has begun to cry.
I will raise my snake head and look forward disdainfully.
There is a shape overhead in flight in the distance against the sort of moonlight. It is flying towards, there is a large limestone hill behind the village, and it is flying in that direction.
And what is flying that direction towards the village?
A dark shape in the sky.
A dark shape. Thank you.
Yeah. It is small, or rather, you don't know. You can't really judge the distance, or so you can't really judge the size. Yeah.
Looks
so, sorry.
Looks like trouble. I will continue my long story about my town another time, but we do have nice mangoes. But for now, I think we should follow that shape.
Well, surely children crying are just normal. There's nothing unusual about a child crying.
Was it just one child or like several children?
There's just one baby, so it's
One
in like
baby.
the infant
And,
scream.
Yeah, that is kind of normal.
Akram is flipping through the book, like while trying to row at the same time. So like he'll like row back and then flip several pages and then row back and then flip several more pages. But he's looking for something that looks like the dark shape in the sky.
I'm going to just drift my tail into Akram's side and then begin paddling in his place to make sure that the boat stays.
Okay, so can you make me just a d6 roll just to see whether your book has it?
Sure.
Your book is a codex of sorts, of sort of like.
Yes, I have a 3 on a d6.
Okay, that's. I was sorry. I didn't establish this before. It was odds you do and evens you don't. So your book tells you as you all are drifting into dock. So 2 things are occurring at the same time. You are Akram is reading that there are that the bat folk are ancient and monstrous and are akin to demons. That is what his codex tells him.
Huh.
That is what his school believes.
It is ancient. The book here says that bat folk are ancient and monstrous and akin to demons.
And you have stumbled on this passage because the shape of the wings of the flying thing does resemble a sort of flying fox or bat spread up. The motions of it you kind of like as you peered at it. The rest of you, as you are sort of drifting into dock, you see sort of a slightly shorter, jangly, a lot like Dunham's character, sort of figure on the dock, sort of dragging boxes and boxes. Not dragging, I guess she's holding them under her arms. She's got beads all over her head, and she is like sort of like under the weight of her boxes is moving up towards a lit sort of tavern / tea stall further up on shore, like above the bank. She glances back at you and says, "Better take your things in." Loudly. She doesn't seem to have an indoor voice. Better take your things in.
I guess we really didn't bring too much stuff, so this is going to be a quick job.
Yeah, so I assume there's like a dock kind of thing. So I alight the boat, go onto the dock, and then flip my oar over, and then put it over my shoulder, and you can feel the weight of it as it goes over the shoulder, like boom. And I'm like, I have experience with flying foxes. They eat our mangoes. Not good.
I'm wondering if this is something that might eat something other than mangoes. I say, still having taken my nose out of the book.
Yeah,
I'm still like walking
not,
with the book like up in my face.
Gatbuno has not digested that this is not a flying fox, but it's rather like bat people. Even though as a player, I kind of understand that. So as a character, I'm like,
So
the flying foxes where you're from ever eat people?
No, they eat fruits.
Is this a conversation that you are having on the dock?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the woman in beads sort of overhears your conversation and says, "You better watch out for bats. You know, there was a monster the other night, like it attacked me on my boat."
Bat monster?
Yeah, stole. And then she sort of like sort of leans in to sort of like whisper conspiratorially, "You stole my pearl necklace." She shouts this.
Is that tea shop open? I say to her without eye contact.
She looks at you and looks up at the lit tea house, and like she looks at you and Lord Snake, yes, it's open. That's where I'm going to sleep tonight.
We may discuss your necklace over...
that too.
Oh, yes. We may discuss your necklace over a spot of tea. And I drag my corpulent form out of the boat onto the dock, more akin to a slug than a lithe snake.
Out of respect, she waits for you to pass her and then follows in your wake, I guess, if you're heading there.
Do you need help with those boxes?
She narrows her eyes at you. How trustworthy do you look?
I mean, for somebody who's intentionally closed in a way where you can't easily see their face or make out their features, I'm about as trustworthy looking as you come. So But he's a very open posture. So, if she's somebody who's trying to specifically look at my face, not very. If she's somebody who's taking in my kind of stance and like I've got a very open posture that's very vulnerable and not threatening.
So so like the group of you have sort of interacted with this woman for some time, and her boat, the paraphernalia on her boat has been sort of emptied out. You realize that it's stock. She is kind of like a bead peddler, and she is also pretty. Recent events have not engendered trust in her, so she's not going to accept your help. No, it's okay, I can manage. And then she sort of like hobbles after the snake.
Understandable.
She
don't
sort of
offer
holds the box
carry
a
her
little
stuff.
bit.
Oh, sorry. I don't offer to carry her stuff, even though I'm like big and strong. I just slowly move past her.
I am largely oblivious as I'm reading passages from the book aloud. But like only half aloud. Like I'll stop halfway through the middle of a sentence and start thinking about the next sentence.
Some tea would be nice.
Akram, you read that there may be a fabled golden city of bats, but they have the monsters have been spotted all over the world and plague every community. As you approach,
they can't all come from one city.
Well, we shall see. You get to the tea house, everybody. The tea house, the owner of the tea house is the owner's name is Ginta. He is relighting the lanterns. You get the sense that he was sort of turning them down, but he's turning them up again. And as you arrive, a woman sort of carrying a sort of like you know how babies are crying and they're sort of choking? I mean, like sort of gurgling in distress. And she asks Ginta for some warm milk. She asks for him to put a spot of wine in it. And she's sort of like holding and rocking her baby, and gradually it quietens down.
What time of day is it right now?
It is night.
It's night. Okay.
So there are other people arriving. You get the sense that it's a sort of like sleepless evening, and they are, as communities might do, they are here to gossip, to sort of like gossip their worries away, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I assume that the tea house serves tea.
Yes. Also, like Ginta thinks that they're new travelers. I guess he's going to reheat the sort of pot of sort of sludgy porridge. There is an older gentleman. Sort of like he coughs a lot. He speaks through phlegm, basically, and he's handing out these paper sort of talismans. So he hands them to the woman with the baby, he hands them to Ginta, and then he looks at you, you look at the newcomers. You also need this. He hands you sort of a paper charm. He's got like a sheaf of them.
As a exorcist apprentice, do I recognize anything about the charm, or?
It is written in the sort of magical script.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do ask Galak, his name is Galak. It is a charm to protect you against tigers.
Oh, tigers!
There are monsters
Are there?
about.
This is the first time Akram has become genuinely concerned, including at seeing bat creatures that might be demons in the sky.
Bat demons are fine. Tigers, it's a whole nother story.
Yeah, tigers will like hunt you down if you piss them off.
His face just goes like flushed and just like tigers. There are tigers.
As
I'd forgotten about tigers.
And Galak sort of hands a paper charm to a sort of large, muscular woman, and says, I know where you've been, Eva. You shouldn't go to the lake. You really shouldn't, dude. Not when times are like this." And then the tall, muscular woman basically says, "Okay."
What are times like?
Monsters, like they all these strange sounds and like, and our big respectable bead peddler here claims that she's been attacked. Like we all have to be careful. You travelers look like you are geared for the road and the river, but we are simple commoners. So.
I'm seeing not a lot of tea being served to me right now, but yes, I suppose we can help with the beads.
Ginta sort of rushes with a sort of platter of like sort of like earthenware cups of tea. He nods and sort of like, Master Serpent, would you like your tea in a wider bowl, or would you like me to serve you directly?
I would prefer the bowl. Also, if you have cream from milk, I would like a small cup of that.
I will bring it out presently, Master Serpent. And he
I
sort
give
of
a small nod, and then just sit there, I guess, because I don't have arms.
I asked the others if there are if there's been anything besides the flying bat-like demons that they've seen. You said times like these with monsters abroad. I mean, besides tigers, I'm not scared of tigers. I'm not at all frightened of tigers.
You should be, I say. as I've actually taken out like a canister now with coconut oil. So depending on how hot the day is or the night is, the coconut oil can appear lard-like or as an actual oil. But at either rate, I'm pouring some on my hair. So like as
Do you
if
have
like
long
I'm
hair?
getting ready for bed or something like that. So I'm like rubbing it around. And then did they give us paper charms?
Yes, they gave all of you paper charms. Galak gave each and one of you paper charms if you accept it.
What is the make of the paper? Is this like thin paper or is it like it can take a beating before it like
It
rips?
is. It is palm leaf, sort of like palm leaf. Basically, it's palm leaf. Like it's a portion of palm leaf with sort of like a scratched in writing, and you're meant to keep it on your person.
So what got Puno is doing is that as after he rubs some part of his hair with coconut oil, he strings the charm onto his hair, like.
So does it stick there because of the oil?
Yeah.
Okay. So Dunum, if you hold the charm, you do. Dunum is trained in the mystic art.
Correct.
So you, or rather, sensitive to the mystic arts.
Correct.
Assume.
Yeah.
You feel that the charm does have real magic on it. There is a certain kind of, some of the words you recognize, and maybe Akram does as well, words for invisibility. But as you're looking at the charms, and as you're waiting for the tea being served, and as you're being, and as Gitta's bringing the cream out to you, Atsiv, there is a running of feet, and you hear a sort of like a gangly man's sort of shouting, a kid's missing, help!
Akram is on his
rushes
feet.
into a kid, one of my kids.
Who's running in? Who like are somebody running in right now, or is they like still outside?
Yeah, they've just like stepped up onto the sort of like, because the tea house is on the raised platform. They've just stepped out on the raised platform, and it's sort of like basically sounding the alarm for this missing kid. One of my kids, they took him. They took him from the pen.
I am moving with Akram to action. I do shout to tell somebody to keep the cream warm, though.
So do you follow? Do you follow Geekry, this new man?
Oh yeah. If this person is like running away before he can even answer questions, like I will be following right behind him.
Yeah, me too.
You all, the group of you, run or slither, I imagine, to what is to a sort of large goat pen, and
You keep
you
your
find
kids
on the
in
roof.
pens.
You find on the roof, like the goats, like the remaining goats have all jumped up onto the roof of the shed and are all like on the roof of the shed. They're all huddled up there, and the pen where they usually are sort of slept in, like sort of like were sleeping, is currently empty, and they're all blinking like spooked aunties.
So they're like jumped up there and they're frightened.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to ask the man a question and phrase it as, now, I'm going to ask you a question, and your answer is going to determine what I do next. When you say a kid is missing, are you in fact referring to a mortal child, or, and I point up to the goats?
One of my precious children is missing, and he points at the goats. And he points at a post. There's a post on the side of the shed, and there is a spike in it, sort of dark cream colored, sort of like solidified lacquer color.
Oh, like the spike is covered in like a lacquer.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna move over and start looking at that. Am I able to pull it out of the shed?
It is embedded like about 3 inches in, and it's barred.
Is it part of the shed, like, or does it look out of place?
It looks out of place. It looks like somebody like fired a barb from a blowpipe or like a.
Okay.
Is there any sort of like liquid or goop or anything that might suggest that it like was poisoned, or is it primarily just like a barb for doing damage?
There is a kind of leaky, milky substance on one of its sort of side tips. So if you try to tease it out without being careful, you might get pricked.
I actually caution you a bit and say, might be poisoned.
Yes, I wish I had brought the Book of Poisons in addition to the Book of Demons.
Can somebody roll me a D30? Like a D36. Make a D36 roll. So this is 2. Yeah.
15.
Sorry. D36 is like roll a D6 and then roll another D6.
I did.
So what was your first roll? And
My first roll was a 1.
And the second
Was a 5.
So it's the whole thing smells like old milk, souring old milk. Sorry, I have this table of.
I love it.
You all know out of character what this is.
It smells like old milk.
So there's a missing goat.
Yes, one
of the first things I look for is signs of a struggle or signs of blood on the floor.
Okay, so there is definitely an animal missing, as Giki will tell you. He also fusses and like sort of like begins to cry over one of his billies, who has a large like gash on the neck.
Can I scramble up to the roof and look at the one that has the gash on the neck?
So Giki is already up there. So if you scramble up to the roof and join him, yes, you can. And if you've seen, I don't know how you would determine it. It looks as if it's been bitten.
I offer the goat some sort of like dried fruit to calm it down, so I can look at the wound while it's
It bleeds like piteously, and as it sort of like gingerly approaches your hand, and you look at the wound, and yeah, it looks like it looks gashed. It definitely looks like a bite. Ish.
Can I tell what kind of bite it looks like? Does it look like a big like tiger or other large cat with the two big fangs coming down, or does it look more like the jagged teeth of like a rodent or a bat or something?
I'm gonna say, can you give me another d6 real quick?
Sure thing. That is a 4.
You can't tell. It is definitely unlike the bite of a rodent or a mammal or a land creature of. Sorry, a sort of. It seems like a bite of an alien thing.
I'm going to attempt to use my, I guess, as a holy character, poise and confidence to try to instill confidence in this man and ask him questions about what did you see, what did you hear, anything strange happen of late. Stop crying, right?
So this is a kind of like semi-magical effect where you calm the person down, is it? Or is it just like you are using your snakely charms?
It's my snakely charms. I'm giving it like a little bit of a third.
The Gikri sort of like, as he's hugging his billy, he sort of like is mildly transfixed by you, and he says that yeah, he was turning in. He had put all his goats to sleep. He was going to his own shed to sleep, and he heard kind of like hissing noises, as if like whispered, like a group of he calls them monsters, a group of monsters whispering. And then there was a huge like commotion, and his goats were jumping everywhere, and he saw like sort of shapes darting away, like sort of like half-sized person shapes. Definitely monsters, like monster children, it seemed like.
And I just asked for him to point the direction that it seems like they went.
Who was looking at signs of commotion earlier? Like who was examining the scene? So Gatpuno, as this, as Gikri is telling this story, you have looked around at the ground, and you do see like there is a spatter, a sprinkling of blood leading in a path, sort of like narrow, half overgrown path into the forest. It is also quite dark.
Gatpuno will just note the blood, not mention the blood, so as not to terrify the goat owner.
But the blood trail corresponds to where Pensive Gikri is telling you the shapes rushed into. Yeah.
It seems we need to hurry a little bit, I say. With my eye, I look at the spattering of blood, but I don't mention that there's blood. Just using my eye contact and then looking at my partners, and I'm like, we should go.
They kidnapped one of my kids.
Perhaps we should bring torches.
I pull the lantern out of my pack.
Richard, did Akram end up taking the chitin thing out or not?
Which one?
The one that was in
Sorry.
the post, the chitin barb.
Oh no, I did not. I did not, because I didn't want to touch the milky substance that might have be poisonous.
That's fine. While everybody else has been doing all their stuff, I've just taken my my like walking stick and using the end of it to like work the chitinous piece like up and down to try to get it out.
You've got so it doesn't. I mean, it's not trying to stay in there, so it falls out eventually, and you are because you've been warned by your friend. You've kind of grabbed it carefully with the I guess part of your cloak, and it doesn't prick you, but it does stain your cloak.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna take like the ties on the end of my stick that hold all my jugs on there, and I'm gonna tie it like onto them, not in spear fashion, like sideways along the edge of it, so that I don't accidentally poke anyone with it.
Okay. Yeah. So what does the group want to do?
I follow Gat's lead towards the edge of the dark, grumbling about dying over some goats.
So the way
lift
Gat
the lantern.
Bruno walks is very deliberate. So it's slow but steady, but careful, but also trying to use his large frame to interpose himself in case like a random arrow shoots out of nowhere or something like that. So he's really like in front in a very physical way.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the group is going into the dark with Akram's lantern and Gut in the front, and Pensive and Dunum are in the middle, the back.
Dunham is probably in the back, just kind of following along and taking things in.
Okay. You. Sorry, Charlie, you're mute.
I will be middle. Sorry about that.
The path is close. It seems like it's been hacked recently, or like chopped. Like you do see like bits of the foliage being chopped rather sort of inexpertly, and torn, and sometimes like you do see a little bit of bark or a little bit like there's a palm sort of nearby, and it's kind of like you see some of these fronds look like they've been chewed. Can somebody roll me three 6-sided dice? Tell me the first, the second, and the third.
4, 6, 5.
Oh, okay. Right.
Sorry, guys.
So I guess got you the gut at the front notices that there is a loud cicada that's sort of flying from tree to tree, and it
What does
is
cicada sound like?
Yeah.
I can't do it.
it's not making that sound. It is instead making suspiciously human syllable sounds
What?
or person
Okay.
syllable sounds. And
Does
the
it sound like it's
syllables
making those with its wings, or does it sound like it's speaking?
it sounds like it's making them with its wings.
Okay.
But in a human.
I don't know why
voice.
that's more comforting to me than like than it like it actually speaking, but it is.
It means it doesn't have human lips, which is somewhat comforting. So that's
It does look. It's sort of flying and moving away from you. You do hear it say "O do yok, O do yok, O do yok." It is very weird because I mean this is quite unlike what cicadas normally sound like in terms of pitch or like, and it's sort of like leading on into the darkness. It's quite quiet, so it's like it's more of like near your ear sort of thing, and you do hear hissing voices up ahead.
How
the-
far are we from the cicada? Is it close enough that I can inspect if it looks like a normal cicada? Or if there's something off about it, like maybe it's whiter than usual or something like that?
You can pluck it out of the air. It's not trying to get away from you necessarily, and if you do,
I do it, but gently, like not in a way that tries to hurt the cicada.
you cup it in your hand and you open it, and it does look like basically a cicada.
Wow,
It's just
looks
that it's
normal, huh?
saying something. It's making sounds that it shouldn't be making, and it's sort of like it's acting like a cicada would like being sort of spooked in your hand, like sort of like crawling around it, trying to take off.
Hello, God cicada. Do you understand me?
It's still going oh do yo oh.
Probably
do,
not
yo.
then.
Like
I release it and see if it goes in the same direction.
it sort of stops. It sort of like flies up into a sort of tree and like lands on the sort of crease between branches.
Does anyone understand what they are saying?
Oh,
Do those
do,
syllables
yo.
mean? Do those syllables mean anything?
Is there a way like to figure out if it means something?
I feel like I'm depending a lot on Akram's book of knowledge, but let's.
I mean,
make
I like I'm holding the lantern right now, so I really can't be face down in a
Akram,
book.
I'm assuming that he can both hold the lantern and like sort of flip through with one hand. So roll me a d6 and we'll see.
Oh yeah.
For what it's worth, I am
3.
also. Sorry.
Sorry.
For what it's worth, I'm also an exorcist apprentice. Although my knowledge is more like experience based rather than I don't have a book or anything like that.
You flip through to if it's alphabetically ordered, you flip through and you do see an entry. It is a name of a demon that fell in love with the star. And that's the entry.
Wow.
The light and hissing voices ahead of you, they are not trying to be silent. It does seem like they are sort of fading away, but they're going in the direction you want to go.
So they're sort of leading us away from or along where we were already headed.
No, they are further along. You would assume if they're not following the trail, they are making the trail.
Okay.
And they're getting further away from us, it sounds like.
Is it like a serpentine hissing, or is it like a some other kind of hissing? Tea kettle hissing, or
I'll say we would.
Cicada hissing, kind of. Like.
Cicada hissing.
So
Yeah, because we
insectile
know what
hissing.
know what snake hissing sounds like at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is not one of the. It is not one of the ordained. If you see what I mean. Not one of the elect.
Yes.
So, do you want to continue? Do you want to turn back? Do you want to pause?
We must rescue this goat.
We either need to go much faster or wait till the morning.
Well, the goat could have been eaten by the morning. We need to go faster. I close my book and stick it under my one arm while holding the lantern higher.
We seem to be forgetting that it's a goat, and but I do continue forward.
I've not forgotten it's a goat. Wise
Just-
serpent.
It is also someone's child.
Yes. Okay, so the group proceeds with a little bit more urgency. Let's have a d6 roll. Sorry, who the most physically capable of among you probably has an athletic skill or like a pathfinding skill. Let's have that tested to see whether you catch up, if indeed that's what you want to do.
I think that's either
From a descriptive standpoint, that's going to be Got or
Yeah.
the Cobra.
right.
Prince of Storm Clouds. Bloodthirsty, if it is strength and like and just general fortitude, bloodthirsty roll would be best. If it's like agility and navigating, then it might be sneaky.
I do have one in bloodthirsty.
You can barrel through you can basically start to jog.
Yeah.
So it'd be a D20
Do I
roll
make
plus that.
D20 roll?
Also, a question: do you want to catch up with this group, or do you want to hang back so that you trail it? Are you trying to force a confrontation or trail the?
Good question.
I
I will actually defer to the rest of you. Depends. On
I think we catch up. I mean, we've got 2 bloodthirsty and no sneaky.
I'm trailing y'all, so like whatever y'all are doing.
Just throw that out there. Let's trail this thing because we don't know what it is. Also, it's a goat, and I'm not dying over a goat.
So it's up to
We
you.
don't want the goat to die because we didn't catch up either.
God, it's up to you. There seems to you need to make a decision because your friends are in this game.
I say we surge ahead.
If you're gonna take my lead, I'm not my character is not a sneaky person. It's more like a hello, I am here kind of person. So I am going to go ahead and do bloodthirsty. But I will tell our snake companion that your preference is noted. So I will try, but not as much as just being myself, I guess. I'll roll a bloodthirsty, which is
Oh, sorry. It's only automatic if you do have that.
Yeah, it's just an ability. Otherwise, it's a D20 roll.
Okay, yeah, it's a D20.
I rolled a 19 plus 120.
Oh, that should be a. So you barrel ahead, crashing through the undergrowth, and I will say that roll does mean that you do surprise your quarry because they're not keeping guard. They're sort of like arguments amongst themselves, and as you approach, they seem to be in a hissed argument. That if like God, your character is quite learned, right? So it's a hissed argument in a dialect that you have that takes you a second to process as something that you may have read before. And you burst onto basically a squad of 6 child-sized roaches.
Vultures.
Roaches.
Roaches.
Yes. Yes.
I totally did not expect that. Which is funny given the name of the adventure.
So your companions come after you. I will say that the roll that your successful roll gives you, basically, you've surprised them. So we will not roll initiative for this first round of you all can act. And they're sort of like, what? Yeah, they hiss at you.
Is the goat anywhere? Or do
they
not
have
see a goat?
There's a goat under one of their arms.
Is the goat still alive?
The goat is traumatized to the point that it's one of the things where they're just silent now. they do have a gnawed-on leg that's been bleeding profusely. So that's what you can see at a glance as your team sort of surprises this detachment. The roaches seem armed.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You mentioned that they were child-sized, but nothing about these roaches imply to me that they're children, right? No, like there's nothing that makes me go, "Oh, am I about to hurt a child?" Nothing like that, right?
Out of all
Depends on what you.
these are the most grown roaches I have ever seen in my life. Is all I know.
Yeah, huge roaches. I mean, in terms of the roaches you've seen before, I mean, no roaches should be this size, but they do have a sort of like as you were running up to them, they did seem like they were bickering, like maybe you wouldn't know what a kindergarten yard would look like, but like kids playing and like being mean to each other. That's how they were. They were fighting over the goat, basically.
But you were using child-sized as a descriptor for their size, not childlike as a descriptive for their behavior.
Yes.
I guess that's the thing, because in the way I wrote these creatures, I did specifically liken them to children.
Okay, so in which
That's the
case,
question for you.
I will not immediately go to strike. I will just go instead. I will waste this round of free initiative
Oh my god.
and instead go children. That is not your goat. That is someone's child.
I will stand behind
As I impose
Gus and sort
myself.
of puff myself up too.
I will explain all of the laws and traditions around goat ownership.
Yes.
And what it means to possess someone else's goat. That goat is also injured and needs medical care.
I'm gonna pick up the roach holding the goat and hold them above my head from the back of their carapace as if I was holding the back of their shirt.
Oh boy, okay, so you are going to pick them up.
Yes.
I will say
I'm using an ability for the lifting, like I can lift one thing of any weight one time a day, but if you want me to make a roll to see if I can get them, I will do that.
Because you have an ability to get them, I'm saying that this is easy for you. They're going to be like, they're surprised. So basically, they've been just picked off the ground, like out of thin air, basically. You've just appeared from the jungle and you've picked them up. And then God has made a sort of deep, sonorous decree. And there's now a cobra hood sort of rising over the whole lot of them. So I'm going to say that you have enough force of intimidation to not need a roll. They are going to bolt, and they are going to leave the one you've got behind. They sort of immediately break for. So you see in the sort of fading lantern light just out of the dark, sort of cave entrance with taro leaves, surrounded by taro leaves, sort of horse-headed horse-head-looking leaves, and they basically bolt into that. And the roach in your sort of like hand is sort of like running in the air, trying to get to, and it has dropped the little kid.
Before you put the roach down or anything, I'd like to say something to it very quickly and slither.
It is.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Your free round has been spent declaring actions and executing actions. So can somebody roll me initiative to see whether this roach panics and stabs somebody close to it?
Charlie, why don't you go ahead and roll that d6 since you want to act?
Okay, 3.
So that means it's going to act first.
Okay, it's going to act first. It has like, so it had like a little spike of chitin, that it was using to sort of like at the goat, and now it's trying to reach around and
Actually, I think I'm just going to use my once a day ability to win initiative.
Okay. You see it sort of menace your friend. It was just about to sort of stick venom in their gut, and Akram, you dart into action. What do you do?
Akram suddenly has a very large quarterstaff sized stick that he has not had up to this moment.
Nice.
Uh,
I see.
and he stands between the roach and the baby goat and smacks the roach with the quarterstaff hard.
Yeah. Can you make an attack roll?
Can I? I know that Tony is sitting there in great anticipation for what my D20 will actually generate as I roll. That is an 18 total.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely, for sure. And that's a single hit, right? I mean, their damage
Yep.
rolls are.
It is a hit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This roach has been abandoned by its comrades, so it immediately is knocked unconscious. Like just out of character. They are weaker alone. So you smack it on the head, and it's like, oh, and it goes limp entirely. So
Flips
all
over
six
like
of-
a cockroach.
So you've got a cockroach by its, I don't know, nape, I guess, and it's just hanging off like a coat on a hanger.
By its,
It occurs to me that the
thorax?
white milky stuff that smells like sour milk might actually be like cockroach juice. And now I've just creeped myself out. I'm like, oh.
There is cockroach juice on its little spike as well. Yes.
Oh.
I am gonna pick up the goat and see if I can like staunch the wound and take care of the baby goat. Well, the staff has just appeared. The quarterstaff is gone. Does
It come out from anywhere, or does it just disappear into thin air?
I think it's way too quick for anybody to see where it comes from or goes to.
Okay. Nice.
I probably have had the quarterstaff in my boot the whole time. Like, it's even though I'm only like 5'6".
By the way, for anybody who's like, wait, I don't recognize any of these abilities from Down We Go, who's a regular, Zedeck came up with some just killer backgrounds for Down We Go that we are using a couple of, and that one is a beautiful one also too. Do
you want to explain, Akram, what it is?
I have I am an exorcist assistant or apprentice as one of my levels, and I have the 7-petal ability, which is the ability to hide 7 weapons that are otherwise undetectable on my person. So I always look like a hapless student of demons who's just eager to help.
Your studies have taught you well.
Yeah.
Do you have a specific medical skill? Or I guess if you don't.
I do not. Other than being very concerned. That is my only medical skill.
Are they possessed? I can help.
I will move in and say I will take care of this, and I will use my ability heal to fix the goat.
So what do you do? Like, describe what you do to the goat to heal it. It is very spooked. I guess it can't be any more spooked than it already is. So it doesn't really matter that you are a giant cobra. So yeah, it's not going to. Yeah.
I guess I just meet its eyes, and my tongue flicks along where it's wounded, and that's how I heal it. Wherever my tongue touches, the wound seems to wash away like paint.
Okay, that's so you flick your tongue at it, and it erase its wound. Basically, you do taste. Roll me a D6 roll.
D6.
I'm not
All right.
putting my tongue anywhere near where a cockroach has been.
First roll and second roll. Oh no, sorry, D20 roll. Sorry, this is taste, right?
Oh, D20. Oh no. 11.
It really tastes like, you know how when you keep leafy greens in the fridge for too long and they go like they start rotting. It tastes like that. Yeah, but because it is part of your divine sort of ambit, you do not suffer any ill effects, and you think that your touch has also cured the goat of any harmful after effects this wound might have had.
This one will live.
So, all right, the group is in front of the Horsehead Cave. The Roach soldiers have disappeared. You now have an unconscious Roach that probably will not wake up because of the hard smack. Do you want to enter? Would you like?
All right, we got the goat. Right?
Yeah,
We
let's,
we
should
did
go
the
back.
thing we came to do.
Yeah.
I-
That cave can do its own thing. We did what we came here for. Right?
What
we
I
could
feel like
return
we
to the
should-
cave in the morning, I think.
Yes.
I feel like returning to the cave in the morning is our good decision.
is what should I do with this one in the meantime? And I like turn.
Well, if only we had like
Can I-
three
can I just
small
say that
matched
my-
pairs of handcuffs.
My respect for pensive storm clouds has grown because even though it's they them, right, or he him,
Him. Yes.
all right, even though he didn't want to save the goat, he licked the goat to save him, so to save it, and I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
Pensive Stormcloud Goat Liquor.
Yeah,
I just nod approvingly.
I'll just look to all three of you and give a real hard stare, like you didn't see shit. You didn't see that. Right?
It is a menacing cobra hood, yes.
None of you saw that. You didn't see anything. My little tail flicking. Good.
Yeah, let's return this
I
game.
have not stopped talking about how great you are, Pensive Stormcloud. And then you just came along and you healed the goat, even though goats aren't your favorite thing.
I'm turning away, heading back towards the tea house to get my hot cream.
So you on the way you sort of you pass the goat shed and sort of like an anxious Gikri looks at you. He did try to follow you along a path and then turned back because he was too afraid. And he is in paroxysms of like sort of thankfulness. Sort of stuttering, he can't really speak. He's like, oh forever, like a lifetime of milk for you.
Whoa!
Milk?
He'll milk the goats in the morning for you if you would like.
That I would.
Goat's milk makes good cheese.
Excellent cheese. It's quite extraordinary cheese.
The finest.
I give
So
the
you
goat a
have-
goodbye hug. And
The goat is sleeping from its exhaustion, but it does look very. You do. I mean, it's a heartwarming sort of warm body. Gikri is also very, very taken aback by your new captive.
Do you know a place we could keep this?
He wordlessly shakes his head because he doesn't know how to react to it. He's like he sort of like keeps the kid away from the monstrous creature. It's like,
I'll admit we didn't think
were
this
these
through.
the creatures that attacked my goats?
Well, it had your goat. I mean, logic follows that probably they are the ones who attacked. Yes.
Truly, there are terrible things in this world.
If they are anything like regular-sized cockroaches, when you see a couple there's usually hundreds hiding somewhere else. This might be cause for concern.
So Vikri is going to spend the night on his roof with his billies now because of what you just said.
Won't help. They fly. Right?
Go back to the tea shack with this with this creature held out at arm's length.
The thing about cockroaches is that even though they fly, you forget that they fly until they do.
Which is what Vikri is doing. Like he is not thinking about that. Yes.
No, it's fine. I'm safe up here. No, I'm not. And
let's see. So you go back to the tea house. The Iba, the tall, muscular woman, is not there. The mother with her little baby is not there, and Ginta is turning on. Your Galak is about to leave, and he looks at the roach in your hands, and he is horrified.
Do you have
Sorry.
Go ahead.
He basically says, so we've got tigers and now we've got these.
Yes. Do you have a place we can keep this beast?
I'm not entirely certain they're beasts. I think they were speaking.
I got that distinct impression also. Someplace secure.
So he assumes that you are asking him because he does think that this is a spirit or a demon. He says, "Oh, so like an exorcism place, like a holy place. There's only one place that I know, and it is up on the hill. Maybe tomorrow we can go there and we can be rid of this foul spirit."
Yes, but between now and tomorrow morning, is there maybe a more mundane place in which we might secure it?
So Galak looks at Ginta looks at Galak, and they suggest there's this large earthenware urn that is currently full of rainwater. It's got a wooden lid on it, but I guess Galak suggests that you just put rocks on the lid or tie it down with rope.
That makes sense. And so I'll drink some rainwater and then pour some rainwater out.
oh, actually, I'll just use my ability to get it out of there since we're going to bed. And I say, step aside, and I command the water to move out of the urn.
They all bow like respectfully at your show of like divinity.
The worst part about this, it's not the first time it's happened, is that water, some of that water was already in my mouth at that point in time. And you're like, get out of there, and it just like and pulled out with the rest of it.
Yes, it feels very comfortable because it goes through your nose. And
it's not pleasant at all.
Cleans your nose.
It does. It's better than a neti pot. So then we'll secure with ropes and stones the lid of this container after we deposit the creature inside. Maybe with some food also, like just in case.
Yeah.
What do they eat aside from goat?
I assume like table leavings would be something that appropriate to a cockroach.
Yeah.
I'm just Gat Puno is just thinking that this is a normal cockroach that can somehow speak. So
it just grew a lot bigger than usual.
Yeah.
For all Akram knows, normal cockroaches do speak and we can't hear them.
Good point.
Dunham, I would like to remind you to wash your hands. You handled a cockroach.
Is the rainwater still standing there?
What is the shape of the water?
It's in the shape of me. It is a
Okay.
1/1 replica, or at least however much water there is formed into a replica of myself.
During a pause, I go over and like stick my hands inside Rainu. Some of that.
You're gonna feel like that.
Okay, so you now have a roach prisoner in an urn, secure urn. You have a place to sleep for the night. The villagers are impressed, and Ginter says, you helped us. No need to pay for lodgings tonight. So he sort of says tonight. And if you want to go to bed, you can. Musun, the loud beat lady, asks whether it was a bad creature. Like, what you do with the bad creature? Where's my pearl necklace? Like, if you want to do anything, you guys should be useful and go find her pearl necklace. She's also bedding here in the tea. Like, travelers will sleep in the tea house in this village.
I will just spend my time using my coconut oil again, but this time on my body, pouring it over my skin, and then afterwards scraping it off with a blunt blade, kind of like a night bath of sorts. And then I do deposit it in my own bowl so as not to like make a mess or anything like that.
So the nighttime ablutions of everybody.
Yep.
Smells nice, coconut oil. So,
It does fight the rancidity of the roach, so there is an undercurrent of foulness underneath. Like, so it almost seems like some of your coconut oil has gone slightly rancid, but it does perfume the air to counteract the smell of the roach.
Actually,
yeah, go ahead.
real quick, with the mention of that, I have a jug of milk with me that I've had this time. Yeah, I'd like to check to see if it's spoiled just from proximity of the roach.
No, so I guess I should clarify that it's just a smell or the presence of the
lingering smell of roach.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure it wasn't something supernatural, like, because we just brought this into a place that serves food. So
you check, and no, it's not that.
It takes a full day for it to spoil all the food in the area.
Yeah. So if nothing else happens tonight, we will sort of skip to the morning. You will all be rested, and all your abilities will have refreshed, and the urn will be jostling, and there's a kind of like low shrieking from inside, sort of knock, and then the shrieking stops, and then there's a knocking, it's a frantic knocking, and then the urn jostles again.
Do we talk to the cockroach tonight, or do we wait till morning?
It was.
It is morning already.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, it was
knocked
morning.
out, so I didn't try to talk to it. Yeah, but when it's knocking in the morning, when we wake up to that, I'll like knock back after the first couple times. I'll like.
Would this be a good moment to take 5?
Yeah,
Yes.
if that's good for you, let's do it.
you
We're
go.
gonna take a 5-minute break. We are currently playing Reach of the Roach God, which is live right now on Kickstarter. If you are watching in chat, I just dropped the link in there. But also you can go check it out in the links in the description as well if you're watching anywhere else or watching later in 10 more days. Within the Kickstarter, it's the first kind of set of adventures set in the Thousand Islands. Zedeck's running it for us. And we will be back in about 5 minutes to play some more. we are live here. I was going to say, we're live here
Go
again on
ahead.
Plus One EXP, and we are playing Reach of the Roach God. It's live right now on Kickstarter at the time of our playing. It's got about 10 more days to go. You can go check it out at the link right below Charlie's face or in the description, wherever you happen to be watching for the most part. If you're watching on Twitch, click our YouTube channel or click over to Facebook, or just go to Kickstarter and type in Reach of the Roach God. It's the only one on there. And so, but Zedeck's running us through it, and we're going to hop back into play.
Okay, so the morning dawns. Whoever's waking up second sees Gut Puno doing calisthenics with his oar, like holding it aloft, like standing on one leg, limbed in the sun. And Ginta is already preparing like the day's sort of broth, and your urn with captive Roach, it has begun to sort of rattle and knock. I believe, so just to establish the scene, Galak is not, the village healer is not there. Musun, the beat peddler, has woken up and is sort of not, has sort of like without a word passed like, oh, morning, like, I hope you deal with the thing. And she's sort of hurrying into the village without explanation. And I believe that Dunum, they wanted to knock back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I kind of fell asleep next to this thing, so it's probably, Gatputo gets up and is doing calisthenics, and this thing starts to stir, and it maybe rises me out of my slumber, and I look over and catch that sight of the sun glistening like through the brambles and through Gatpuno's like limber arms, and kind of like knock back to this thing.
So so you get the feeling that it's attempting to communicate with you through knocks, like so. What are you trying to say to it? So it's gonna knock back at you in random, but it's so it stops like sort of shaking the urn and sort of starts knocking.
Tony doesn't have a method here to his madness at all. Just more so like, I'm communicating, you're not alone. Don't try to break out of this thing. There's someone on the outside of it. That's the extent of the concept that I'm trying to communicate is they're dark and they can't see anything, and they can either be comforted or discomforted by the reality of there is someone else out here who can knock on the outside of this thing.
It doesn't. I mean, that's not at all legible to it. But
yeah,
you
sure.
get the sense that it's knocking back, trying to communicate, and if because it doesn't understand, it's just being more frustrated and knocking back harder.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I like cycle through numbers. Like I like knock once, knock twice, knock 3 times. See if I can get it to track.
It does respond. It gets bored after number 4 and starts knocking. So you get the sense that it is like a hyperactive, like
cool. I'll try
10-year-old.
I'll try like melody play then, I guess, where I'll do like a sequence of knocks, and then I'll like leave a sequence out and see if it can figure out like what I didn't knock. Back like there is, again, we don't have to role play through every single part of the interaction. I'm engaging with it generally, but I have zero idea about what we're gonna do with this thing.
So that's a good idea, but you get the sense that this being has no patience for it. It is uncomfortable. It is curious. It will try. It just doesn't have the patience.
Yeah. So essentially, anything I do after a couple of iterations, it's like it just gets jittery and starts to beat back. So yeah,
I've previously established that some of you, at least the learned ones, do recognize a version of the dialect of the language that it is speaking, or it was speaking before. So there's that.
Could we start to try to like say something like hello
The muffled response is, "Yeah. What? Let me out."
Can I suggest we take this urn into the tea house?
It
So
has
that
been
we
with
have
you
a-
in the tea.
Okay, all right. So I was gonna say to make sure we have a door to close in case it like gets out of the urn.
So the way the tea house is, it's more of a veranda or a pavilion. So the walls are, so it's not an enclosed walled built structure. It is a platform with a roof over and pillars, and sort of blinds on all four sides. So yeah, you can put down the blinds and sort of Ginta goes like, "I don't really like that this is happening here in my place of business, but I can't really help it." So he's gonna go outside, and yeah. So there's this situation here. Let me out! Help! Let me go!
I understand this, right?
It is a language you've not heard spoken, but you know
I've
how to
read.
read. Yeah. So
I will.
you've never spoken it before, but you do know the languages.
So in a way that someone who's only read the language would say, probably it probably sounds broken to the cockroach's ears or something like that. I will just ask, why would we let you go? You attempted to eat someone else's goat, which probably sounds like goat eat someone else.
Me eat meat. It says it doesn't use the word goat or the word goat in that language.
So
So it says get meat, eat meat.
just saw the goat as food.
Lots of meat. It says. This place, lots of meat. Good place, meat place.
You mean the village?
Bright place, good place, meat place.
Really not in love with the village being referred to as the meat place.
No, not good. Not meat. People can think like you. Me eat you, you like?
It says afraid. And it says also something that sounds like a threat. Me get friends, me eat you.
All right. Could we just agree that we're not going to eat each other?
There's a pause, and then there is a question. So it is a genuine, like you do feel as if it is puzzled, and the single word reply is why. So it's confused by the concept.
These are all very valid questions and perspectives. I'm just going to go ahead and point that out.
I mean, the creature needs to eat, but also you can't just eat sentient things or even goats without permission from the owner.
So it tries to puzzle that quite complex concept, and it returns with the question saying that which queen is telling you, which mother is telling you, it says, to do this.
The mother that we call common law. No, I will not actually say that. It doesn't fit my character. So
I mean, do we have time to explain moral relativism to the cockroach person, or
Yeah.
I mean,
In,
get up
Bro-
I mean,
charts and, like,
Akram is already behind, like five paragraphs into the treatise on moral relativism
Okay, I'm gonna say
and relationships.
because this isn't so like this is a fairly long conversation. So if you want to go ahead with it, it's gonna take you establishing certain terms. You remember you also are speaking to basically somebody with a child's psychology.
Mhm.
It will take the whole morning basically to get any headway. But I will say that somebody make a sort of like diplomacy or like knowledge roll to basically sort of break things down in a way that is legible to this creature who is totally alien to your set
Yeah.
of.
So if you're trying to charm it, that would be holy. If you're trying to rhetoric it would be it would probably be mystical. It could be a D20 roll. It could also be a luck roll that's just modified a little bit by somebody's background. If they have something appropriate.
I want to make it like a character roll, so not a luck roll, because
That's
it does
fine.
seem like you are the whole group of you is pitching in to sort of explain the moral universe to your moral universe to a Roach.
yeah. Oh, I guess my character will probably wake up around, we'll say like 10:30, 11, and like then slowly join the conversation at that point. But
I'll I'll help guide the structure of the conversation.
Yeah.
So I'll make that's a 9, buddy. That's a
It's good because Akram is revealing everything he knows about the theories of ethics.
yeah. I it's a 9 all day, so I don't think that does it.
Around
So-
20 minutes in, Gat Puno will just give up, go to one of the tables and start drinking tea while just listening in on the conversation.
I'm going to join in with that. Just, yeah.
Lesson
Okay.
they were having.
Yeah.
So the outcome of this is it now thinks that you're trying to explain the sort of moral code of Akram, the moral code of the universe according to you in this language that you are not practicing in. So it does sound like a string of like. It now has, I will say that it now has memorized this string of like words or concepts, and is now repeating it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that's all
It's smart
doing
enough
now.
to repeat stuff. So there's
Yeah.
that.
It has memorized it.
What is it? It's like a porridge that's served for breakfast here.
Yeah, it's a sort of broth, and also like there's a lot of goat milk. If you ask the main sort of economic sort of activity besides sort of river and sort of forest produces is sort of the keeping of goats for milk, and for the making of like sort of fermented cheeses and whatnot.
Is there any cheese available?
Yes.
Because this thing, I get the feeling this thing doesn't particularly enjoy plants, given its proclivity for talking about eating meat. And I feel like in the order of is it meat or is it not, cheese is far closer than anything else here to the answer yes to is it meat.
Do you ask what it means by meat?
Oh, I did not.
You ask what
absolutely
it
not.
defines as not meat. Okay, so
Nope.
then yeah, this is a reasonable.
Nope.
So to the cockroach, goat cheese is meat.
It could be. We don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll get a piece of cheese and plop it down in the container for this thing.
A waft of roach smell drifts as you open it and drop it in, and like the urn rattles as it begins to eat. It eats ravenously.
When I smelled it, I looked into my tea, set it down, and I'm like,
Yeah, so it is eating the cheese, and it will. it stops repeating what Akram has taught it and says more. And simultaneously, as that is happening, it's now late morning or almost lunchtime. And Musun Deng, the beat seller, comes yelling into the center of town, sort of shouting, "Thief! I found the thief! I found the thief!" And she's holding up like a pearl necklace. Look, it's the wood, it's the bamboo cutter. She's the thief among you. How
Oh no,
can you
something
let
else
this...
is happening. Oh no, something else is happening. That's not this. Better go investigate. And I just leave the conversation ethics on Reddit ethics to a cockroach.
So
I kind
very
of like, I
intelligent
kind of give the eye
cockroach.
to God of like, it's like, it's now or never. Like,
The cockroach doesn't seem to be able to sort of break the urn, so you are reasonably sure you can transport it safely. It is asking for more cheese. There is this bead peddler with her, who is convinced that she has caught the thief. Yeah. What does the group want to do?
I can drop one more wedge of cheese in for the cockroach and then go see what the bead peddler is up to. So
Sure.
Are you bringing the urn with you? I'm just going to say that it's easy enough for Scott to carry if you like.
Yeah, but I think it's more fun if we're rolling it.
Ow! And so like it's ours. It's like sort of exclamations of pain between like a recital of Akram's like legal code.
it's like it's caught in a drying machine.
After a few rotations, maybe we'll stop and pick it up.
So Musun says that, like in her loud voice, which is sort of like, people are staring from their verandas, and she says that she found her necklace hanging from the bamboo cutter's house.
well, it could have been dropped there by
Outside
a flying
the house?
creature.
She says, "I found it on the window. It was hanging from her window. She took it. I knew there was something wrong with this village. All of you, thieves!" And she sort of points at around the door, and like the villagers go like,
Was it like half in, half out of the window, or was it like hanging on the edge of the window?
just
the
hanging
outside?
there from one of the shutters.
That
Like,
could have been dropped.
Shameless.
That is a conclusion that may not be correct.
Gapuno is correct that your conclusion is erroneous, or at least not based in the sum of all facts.
She shakes the pearl necklace at you. She asks, "Why is erroneous?" It has to be.
Didn't you say a bat stole it?
It genuinely did not occur to her. So she had forgotten about this fact, and now she's like,
Is the bamboo cutter a bat?
maybe, who knows? Like, you found this giant roach in this village. Who knows what this village really is? I'm getting out of here today.
Well, if you feel that is appropriate, I imagine nobody in this village will stop you.
When the
She
giant
turns her
bats
nose
in our
up at you
village would eat our mangoes, sometimes they will drop the seeds onto random places, including people's windows.
When birds of prey snatch small creatures, they sometimes drop them. Ravens drop things.
She's already beginning to march away. So like the idea that you are getting is that she's got what she wanted, and she just wants to leave now because this village is full of thieves and monsters.
I will look at the village people who have assembled onto this commotion, and I will just say, I, for one, do not think you are thieves. But you do have a monster problem.
Indeed.
So they tell you that, okay, like, so thanks for helping us deal with this monster problem. The woodcutter Iba is off in her grove, and then some people say, oh, but she's been going up to the lake. Like it's whispered, sort of like, oh, but we shouldn't tell them. But no, they need to know. They might need to talk to her or whatever.
Wait, is Eva
It's the second time this lake has come up.
right? Is Eva the large muscular woman?
Yes.
And she was the one who was discussing going out to the lake last night.
Her neighbors were telling her not to go up there, and she said,
So,
okay.
what is the lake?
Okay, so the villagers say that the lake is sacred, like we don't go up there often. You know, there's old shrines to both the star and the ogre. And if you do ask, there is this old sort of local legend about an ogre who fell in love with the star, but the star left him, so he cried, and the lake is full of the ogre's tears. So it's a kind of like tragic sort of like love story, like what's the word? Unreciprocated love of the ogre from under the earth to the star.
Well, I don't know about any of you, but it has been a while since I've seen a temple, and I mean, I'm not doing anything. Anybody else? We can talk to this Roach again, but well,
Yeah,
I feel like
the
the Roach needs some quiet time to like process everything that they've learned.
I'm not an expert in these matters, but the villagers did mention taking the Roach up to the shrine to potentially exercise it. I don't know how those things are done.
Okay, so they sort of like, so there's a chorus of villagers who are now surrounding you and like sort of trying to troubleshoot these things. And so, did the healer tell you to like exercise, like take the shrine to exercise? No, so there's one shrine in a cave and the shrine on the hill. So there are two separate shrines. There's one shrine to the ogre and one shrine to the star. So which shrine did the healer tell you to go to?
But both of these shrines, they are nearby this lake. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes. So they tell you that the shrine to the ogre is in a cave passage past the bamboo, sort of like a grove, and there's basically standing stones, megaliths on top of the hill. So you need to climb the hill to get up there.
It's actually perfect. Since we're going there anyway to perform this exorcism, we should be able to also check out this lake, which is a point of interest for me.
It's also the name of the adventure, so I don't.
yeah.
I did. I think both Richard and I took the Exorcist Apprentice thing. So I assume that also means that we know the basics of exorcism.
Yes, you do. If indeed this is a spirit.
Yeah. Then let's do that, I think.
So you, from the descriptions, you would think that a sort of megalith ritual circle might be more appropriate, but there's two options. The one that's easier to get to is the one that doesn't involve climbing. So I will rule that you can get there by sort of early afternoon, and the climb will take half a day. So you'll get there in about late afternoon, early evening.
So we want to go to the star or the ogre? The ogre is the one that does not involve climbing, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
might as
will
well
ask
go ahead.
our friend Pensive Storm Clouds. Sorry, you're already speaking.
Oh yeah. Well, don't like climbing, as I kind of like shift my body. First we'll say Ogre's Shrine, and then after that we can see about seeing Star Shrine. Unless there are any objections to that.
Sounds perfectly fine to me.
I will just also tell you that the Ogre Shrine is located in a sort of tunnel passage that leads to the link as well. So yeah, if you all want to go proceed there, I will say that that's what you do. I'm not gonna roll for an encounter this time, but the next time you travel, there will be an encounter. So you, for most of the day, you enter. So like you take the path into the forest towards the bamboo grove, which you are informed that's where Iba sort of collects her wares. And it's sort of like there's a rustling in the wind, like like how like friends will tell you you're dating somebody new and they go ooh, that's a sound like that. And then you proceed through that forest, and the path leads you to basically if you've seen a sheer limestone sort of rock face, that's what it is. So it's crowned with like sort of jungle lianas all over and foliage, but there's a sort of sheer face, and there is a mouth in the face. And yeah, that's the passage that you were informed where there was the Shrine of the Old. If you peer into the passage, you can see at through it at the very end, the sort of light at the end of the tunnel. The air that breathes out of it smells sweet.
That's a nice change of pace after smelling all that cockroach.
As somebody who grew up in a temple, or at least was watched over in the temple, is there any sort of decorum I know we should follow while here, or is it kind of each one's its own thing?
You don't know the customs of this particular shrine. It does seem like because it is not, the villagers don't. I mean, you don't know how to respect something that the sort of local community doesn't know how to respect. So they have not told you any specific things. So like you don't think that there's any specific decorum you need to follow. The air smells sweet, and sort of like now as you sort of like step into the mouth of the tunnel, you do feel like your eyes sort of like watering a bit from somebody has been burning sort of incense here. So if there has been a sort of like ritual thing performed, somebody is already performing them. Your urn with the roach rattles a little. Where are we going?
Don't worry about it. And I proceed into the cave with caution.
Okay, so
I will follow closely to make sure that if anything untoward happens, I can like try to protect our snake friend.
So Pensive and Gut take the lead. I'm assuming Akram and Dunham follow.
Yep.
As you get in the middle of this passage, there is a sort of forking tunnel. So in the dark, it's quite dark, but so there's a tunnel to your right, basically in the middle of the passage. You're halfway through, you turn back and you see the light from where you came and like forward. You do see the glitter of water on the other end. And here in the middle of this passage, the smell of incense is very strong, and it's coming from this passage. You see like little pinpricks of like burning sticks in the darkness.
I'm going to go ahead and light my lantern.
Okay. So like you see a rock-hewn tunnel basically. You can't tell whether it was man-made or not. Some of it seems like it was hewn from the rock. Some of it seems natural. But definitely as you light your lantern, you see at the far end of this sort of like alcove sort of chamber, a figure in stone. and little pinpricks of and a sort of small, I guess, a small patch of ash.
In we go, I suppose.
If you approach the stone altar, you do see that there is sort of a burning stick of incense in front of a stone pillar, so very worn by time. The figure of a woman spearing the chest of an ogre. It is a thin, so like you've seen representations of ogres before, it is a relatively thinner, sort of four-armed, two-legged, single-headed ogre.
When they
So
said
that
unreciprocated love, I don't think it would involve spearing.
well, so the story that you were told from the villagers says that the star left the ogre. So maybe it's maybe symbolic and maybe literal. Who knows? There are stones. So it's an alcove, and stones are piled behind them. So it's sort of loose rocks, sort of piled almost in a sort of brick-like way.
Hello?
It echoes in this enclosed chamber.
May we speak to the attendant or keeper of this shrine? I call out.
You say this to no answer, to no reply. You do know as a person who grew up in sort of like temple environments that this altar is woefully unkept if there was a keeper. Like nobody is washing the figure. Nobody is like the incense also is like this is the wrong incense for a spirit of a place. Like you wouldn't use this particular combination of so it is a lay person's offering.
Is there any anything I know I could do to at least like kind of, fix up whatever this is going on here, and at least like sort of quickly, at least like clean this off. You swap that out, and
you could sort of spend some time sort of dusting it and like milk being poured on a holy. Basically, this is a representation of things that something of beings that are holy. So if you bathe it in milk and traditionally also it's lime and rose water, but milk is okay.
I got milk on me, so I will bathe it in milk.
Oh, that milk turned out to be useful.
Yeah,
The urn rattles. And like there's also a saying like the road says, Where are we going? Where are we going? You feel there is something that has been appeased here.
We are just traveling around the area.
We're not from the area. We're new here, so we're just visiting the sites.
They told us that this was a special place we could take you.
The road says dislike, smells weird, tastes weird. But it's not reacting to as you've grown. It basically just says it smells weird.
Yeah, I probably misunderstanding. Say, oh, we're taking care of the incense. Don't worry.
Okay.
Does this basically confirm to us exorcists apprentices that this is indeed a spirit of sorts, the cockroach.
No, it does not.
It doesn't.
It does feel as if this creature is not a spirit. I mean, it is
More mundane.
it is a material. It is not big enough in spirit to be a spirit. You get that feeling.
Mhm.
I get it. Okay.
Well,
But
I'm
it
out of
does.
ideas.
Okay. Pensive, can you, so like you're the one who's closest and who has been sort of like attending to the statue. Can you give me like is there a perception save or like perception roll in Down We Go, Tony?
There's not really. If there's a certain type of, the best thing to do is kind of type it to the type of information. So, if this is something sacred that they might notice, if it's just sheer, if it's just sheer chance to notice, usually I'll pick a X out of 6 number. For
Okay.
it.
I would say that because you're basically messing right next to this sort of like bricks of like bricked up piled up stones, you do feel like there is a sort of very slight draft of air.
I'm gonna go head over to those stones and begin like sort of just kind of pushing them out of the way and maybe picking them up, putting them down gingerly just to see what's behind these.
I'll go over there and help since the our great white serpent does not have hands.
Okay. So yeah, it's this operation of unpiling the stones will take a while, but I will and will be concluded like within, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour. There's basically a sort of 1 or 2 dungeon turns, if you see what I mean. And does anybody besides Akram and Pensive want to do anything? The Roach is uncharacteristically nervous. It feels like it constantly is trying to like, let's leave.
I'm gonna go walk it out. Like, so we turned off to come down this hallway, and you said there's light on either end. So I'm gonna go to the other end and just see what's there, and also see if it calms the roach down or not.
Are you taking the cockroach out for a walk?
Yeah.
Imagine it with a leash and everything.
Okay, as you begin to walk towards, so you're walking towards the lake end, right?
Yes.
You see the sort of mouth sort of like basically approach you as you're sort of, and your footsteps sort of echo in this tunnel, and the roach is now like banging on the side of the urn, and it is rocking very heavily. It is very agitatedly wanting to leave. It will soon begin to start hissing and screaming if you continue walking. So it's getting more agitated.
I probably like. I don't think when it's initially just getting more agitated, I give it much mind because it's been so impatient so far. But once it starts hissing and screaming, at that point I will kind of take notice and move back away. What's the matter?
It seems in distress and fear. It wants to leave. There is a not good thing here.
Okay, well, we have to be here for a little while, but I can move back where it doesn't, where we were earlier.
When the cockroach mentioned another presence, God Puno will start looking around, looking for this presence. If there's like another entity that is watching us or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to what do you call this? Peek in dark corners, look out the end of the tunnel if there's anyone, stuff like that.
So there's nothing in the tunnel itself. the Roach very much wants to go back the way it came. You almost get the feeling, Dunham, that it is sort of like in a hamster wheel trying to run away from the direction you were moving in. Gut, you don't feel anything here. If there is a presence here, you are not attuned to it, so maybe it is a Roach specific sort of sense, or like it's reacting to something that you are not trained to react to. You do see that there's a change in the sunlight, and sort of like where you might glimpse water. So there seems to be movement in the water, it seems like.
There is movement in the water.
Yes, the roach doesn't like this area.
It wants to get away from wherever this place is, yes.
Maybe it's afraid of whatever's in the water.
This is the ogre temple, right?
Yes, the ogre shrine.
Ogre shrine, okay.
It is so like the villagers would have referred to it as the ogre shrine or the lover's shrine, and this is the lover's passage, which leads to the lover's landing next to the lake.
Why don't you? What do you know of this? I guess it doesn't know where we are, does it?
It's bad place. It's bad place, bad thing.
Yeah.
Leave. And it says it uses the word for please, which is something that it hasn't used before.
Uses the word what?
The word for please.
Okay. Are you not supposed to be here?
Bad thing, scared. Bad thing, please.
I'm going to take it back to the opening of the long passage like that we're in, and like kind of leave it secured there for right now.
Okay. So by the time you get back to your friends, I would say that Pensive and Akram have cleared the sort of like, and you see a sort of damp passage, like you pile the rocks away, and there is basically a sort of damp passage that really immediately narrows into basically what's the description? A wet vertical squeeze. So
it looked like I would be able to fit through there.
The person who would most have trouble fitting would be Gut. But you can sort of, all of you can basically shimmy down. The issue is that you may not have, like, unless you sort of rig something really carefully, it may be difficult to come back up. If you peer down that passage, it sort of like flows for maybe a single or double story onto like you can't see. Basically, the lantern light doesn't reach them.
Another adventure, another time, perhaps. But oh wait, I have rope. Never mind. Rope, milk, dagger. There we go. Okay.
The essentials.
Yes. Do we want to go down this tunnel with the rope I have, or?
I am okay with it if everyone else is.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what's at the end of this tunnel.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm going to need you to tie off this rope because I don't have hands.
I love that you had this rope with you.
So the Pensive Stormcloud is used to having like hands of its. Yes, attendants. Maybe that's what he considers you all to be.
I was we'll just say this, kicked out for being a
I'm
pain in the
mentally
ass.
imagining that the cobra has like a sling bag, like
Yes.
with milk,
I don't know what's in there, but it's there.
scooping up with his tail.
I told them to pack rope, milk, and a dagger.
Rope, milk, and egg, and they did, and I can't reach it.
Who
Once
packed it
again,
for you?
no hands.
Also, no shoulders.
Yeah, nothing. They just kind of like just tied it on real tight, like like a rubber band.
You can't even sling it around you.
Nope.
Your cobra hood is like flapped down a little bit like that as the sling is.
I was gonna say because I'm kind of a, shall we say, a heavy set cobra. Like they just sort of like pulled it in tight. There's like a muffin top area in my body, but
It's bulging around the rope.
yeah, it's Anyway, let's go down that hole.
All right, let's do it.
That's yeah.
Who has
Do we have an
acrobatics?
idea of who should go first?
Okay, yeah. Who is leading and who is leading the descent?
I mean,
Because it will.
you have the light.
I do have the light. I am perfectly willing to go first. Enthusiastically willing to go first.
The way I'm also seeing it is that since I'm the one with the largest frame, I will probably go last this time around, if only because I can hold the rope while everyone else is going down. And also, I'm probably the most likely to survive a fall anyway. So,
So the rope, I would just say that the rope is secure enough to
all right.
to tie here. You will have to tie it around the image of the lover and the beloved. But yes, and it is long enough to sort of like. Akram, you are the first to go, so you will be leading the way. Can you give me an acrobatics check, please?
I can. The question is, will the die let me? The answer is no. I have a 2.
Okay, so this is, you don't fall, you don't plummet to your death.
That's always comforting.
But what this means is that the descent is slow and very uncomfortable. The party does lose some gear because it basically can't fit, because it squeezes.
Not
Not
the
the
extra
milk.
snacks. Not the extra
Not the milk.
snacks.
Not the milk.
So something wide and something like rigid will not be able to pass here. And it is panicky. Like if there were stress checks, this would involve a stress check.
We could just incorporate Low Life's by Sam Sorensen's caving methodology here, but it is like the one time I have actually gotten scared playing a game has been playing with the Low Life rules, because it is the descriptive quality that Sam incorporates to those is intense.
Sure,
and makes
we
you
can
feel
do that,
like you're
yeah.
gonna die. So no, they are like lethal. We'll end up with a stuck Richard who dies very quickly.
There
I
is
love
a
the
point,
fact
especially.
me who's going to die, not Akram. Akram's going to be fine.
Yeah, Akram will continue on. Richard will literally pass away while playing. That's how bad the dice roll will be.
Here's some an idea is that especially if we're going to get stuck, Gat Puno takes out his coconut oil and says, "I don't want to use all of it, but
Oh, sorry. I also previously established that the passages were wet, so it's more like it gets claustrophobic, but you don't get you get stuck because it's uneven and like it's awkwardly sort of shaped.
I
Um,
have a pitch. I don't know what 7 weapons you have hidden, Richard, but one of your invisible weapons is horribly stuck.
That's great. Yeah.
Whatever,
And
extra,
it's the dagger that's in my sleeve too.
whatever extra
It just
dimensional
like gets
pocket
wedged.
it's in.
It gets wedged on something, and of course, I can't reach over and retrieve my hand.
I will,
Okay.
in solidarity, also lose the dagger that I am carrying.
okay, so
Um,
right.
go ahead.
Yeah, so basically the party loses one thing each.
One item each.
Yeah.
All right.
Awesome.
I think I will lose my coconut oil if only because
You're helping
I
the
will
way
end up
recently.
using it to
You're gonna-
like get everyone off. Like, oh no,
Okay.
you're stuck. Put some on the hips, stuff like that.
All right, so you get through this squeeze. It is a series of squeezes. This is why it was so difficult. And you're sort of barely pushing the lantern down and sort of like holding the rope. You do run out of it, and that causes a bit of panic. But then the squeezes get a little bit easier. So it's more like climbing, using your hands and legs to sort of climb up steps that are very enclosed, and like it's sometimes difficult to breathe. But at the bottom of the fifth sort of like landing, there is a sort of pool, and the pool is draining into the darkness.
Just as a note, the thing that I chose to lose was my robe. So for the first time ever, Dunham is standing like just in front of you in very much a loincloth, like diaper-like structure. You can see a line of bronze discs fused into their spinal column that jangle together. Bald head and no body hair, eyes cast downward, mostly nude now.
It's slightly shiny from the coconut oil.
Slightly shiny from the coconut oil.
Sad.
And the bronze disc.
It's true.
So there is a drain. So like you see Dunham for the like in all their glory, and you don't see much at the bottom of this hole that this waterfall is basically draining into. You do see you hear the splashing of water from the hole, but it feels like about a story or 2 stories away from the bottom.
Could I just get a little weird taste the water to see if it's salty?
Sorry?
Could I taste the water to see if it's salty?
The water seems mixed with, I guess, sort of cave runoff, so it tastes a bit chalk. Actually, I haven't licked the stream in the cave, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, no,
I
I
should
just
know because-
Mineral water.
Yeah, it tastes minerally. It tastes like there's grit in it. It also tastes like quite slimy because of all the, but it's more mineral, sort of mineral slime or mineral milk than an organic sort of milk. Yes, that makes sense.
well, it's not made of tears, so it's not from the air, I suppose.
That was the lake.
Oh, well, then it's connected to the lake.
Did we see how the water was like coming in? Like, so this is a wet tunnel. But the way we came in was from a dry area. Were there like small holes feeding into this area? How has the water arrived here?
So you do feel as if, so like unlike what Charlie or Panzif might be thinking, it does seem as if the water source comes from the hill or the lake, because those are the main water sources in the area, because it's draining downwards. So either it's rainwater or it's lake water, and you don't know whether the lake is salty or not.
Further in, or do we?
Zedeck, do you say it's a drop from this point?
Yes. So there you hear down below that there's splashing. It's just a waterfall into more water. Yeah.
Using the lantern, can I see how far the waterfall goes down?
You can almost glimpse the bottom. If you hold it through the hole and sort of like lay on your chest and like sort of peek down into it, you do see waves. I mean, like the surface of a large body.
I'm just worried that if we go down, we won't be able to get back up.
Yeah. Same.
Should have brought more rope.
Though I suppose this water has to go somewhere.
I will also use this to remind Pensive that or everybody that their per day powers have refreshed.
I can control water at least for a little bit. I don't know if that's gonna help us get down there though. Well,
We're at the end of your rope, right?
yes.
Ooh. And we can't retrieve the rope because we tied it to the figure.
Yeah, so you basically now have established an entrance into this area and out of this area.
But the only way is deeper, right? There's no other junctures.
No. Akram, if you are remaining by the lip, you see two things. You see a sort of drift of like very rotten wood sort of come into view and then drift off out of view. And you also see a pale, almost like a light source shape under the water, sinuously track and then disappear.
So like either something luminescent or with its own light source kind of sinuously moved under the water, but
and
under the water in that pool, right?
Yeah. And on the surface of that pool, like floating rotting pieces of wood.
Something's down there. And I describe the what looks like light from under the water plus the wood on top of the water, floating on the water, which suggests possibly that something is coming from the lake or someplace else that could carry wood down.
I'm going to use my powers of water control to make a replica of myself just on top of the water. Have it sort of just have like make it look like there's a thing of me, copy of me, swimming on top to kind of meet whatever this creature is.
Okay, so you also sit by the lip. So I imagine all of you are around this lip of the and you are conjuring this water pensive, and water pensive splashes around, and as you splash around, the motion of the pale sinuous motion returns. And I guess because you can see your water puppet, you can feel your water puppet, and your water puppet is basically pounced on by a chitinous creature that sort of like splashes around it. And because you are keeping your water puppet, I assume, within view of the lantern light and the sort of falling water, you see that it coils around this. However solid you want to make it, it coils around it in the way a centipede might. It is a large white centipede, as tall as two people, as long as two people are tall.
Well, don't like that.
Well, this has been a fun excursion.
I'm ready to go back up. I don't like giant centipede.
This sucks.
Specifically not a demon. I have no desire to try to exercise a giant centipede.
Okay, that sort of detour into the bowels of the earth, or the veins of the earth, is something that you retreat from. So yes, you sort of climb up, and you sort of get squeezed back up, and sort of
not again.
The passage is greased now, so like it's more greased. So like it's
That's true.
easier up, surprisingly. And when you get up, you sort of like see as you're all like, oh my god, like I'm glad that we are out of this squeeze, this claustrophobic area. You see somebody peeking around the corner, sort of like hoisting a sort of basket full of bamboo. Is Iba the bamboo cutter, who was walking away from the lake and sort of peeked to see the shrine and are seeing you all there. It's like she sort of like, oh, hi.
So
Very
you're
similar
the
to how
person-
Cat might behave, actually. Yeah.
You're the person who's been leaving the incense?
Yeah. She's very monosyllabic, so
Are you by chance a bat?
what?
Well, you see, there's been some conversation about whether or not you are or are not, in fact, a bat.
I mean, most of this conversation was the bead peddler just talking without anyone
Yes,
really responding.
I do not think she is a bat.
none of us, I don't think any of us think you're a bat, but if you are, it's fine.
I'm a snake, and everyone's cool with that.
But
She
the question is,
ducks
are
a
you
little
a
bit at
bat?
the snake. She answers no
Because there
and shrugs.
was some concern because there were some pearls found outside of your house that a bat was seen taking.
She says, no bat, don't know what you're talking about.
Does she
What about
seem
the,
like furtive about it? Like she does?
She does.
Uh-huh.
In sort of like a...
Completely oblivious. I explained bat demons. Everything from the book that we know about bat demons is just I
So she will respond that she's seen things flying in the sky, like everybody else she doesn't know anything about bats. All she knows is that she goes to the daytime, she's in the grove. Afternoons, she comes to bathe at the lake. She does seem quite... When she talks about bathing at the lake, she seems embarrassed.
And you don't have any idea why these pearls would have ended up outside of your dwelling place? I believe they were hanging near a window.
No. That's how she
There
answers.
is no shame in bathing. Every night, I cover myself with coconut oil to scrape off all of the dirt that has accumulated during the day. It is important to maintain one's hygiene. So I understand your need to bathe. That said,
It's just-
if you are a bat, you are in good company and you do not need to lie to us.
it was really curious that the bat was really after pearls. I don't really associate bats with going after pearls all that often.
So she seems very frustrated at the bat thing. She doesn't know why you're. So she says it's not the bat, and then she sort of realizes that she might have said something that she didn't want to say, and like she.
If it's not the bat, who is it?
Yes, pray tell who or what?
But a reminder, we have no problem with bats.
Yeah, or snakes.
Really, cockroaches, goats, we're very friendly.
In fact, we have a cockroach friend right here.
Friend might be a stretch.
So as you sort of like bring up all this like to her, she disgusting things, and she gets visibly frustrated, and she says that No, my lover is pure. You understand?
Aha,
And
she's
then-
not the bat, but she knows the bat.
Your lover is a bat. Like I said, we're fine with bats.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My lover
and
is not
snakes.
a bat, she says. My lover is not a
you're-
bat.
Wait. Your lover is pure what?
Pure.
I come here to the lake and I meet him every day when I am bathing. I don't understand why he wants to give me gifts. I've told him I don't need his gifts. And then she sort of stops herself and
Was the pearls a gift?
she shrugs in frustration. She's like,
But he's not a bat.
he's
Maybe he
not
can
a
turn-
bat.
No, I'm confirming
no.
that.
I say matter
What
of
is
fact.
when you look at your lover? Who do you see? What
Look-
does he look like?
Does he look like a bat?
We've established he's not a bat.
Yeah, you
So,
know,
like,
he's versus
you're getting her.
Captain,
You're getting her to
right?
confess to something she doesn't want to confess by sheer frustration of like he's not a bat. She points at the figure of the ogre, and she points at the lake, and she says like, look. I've been seeing the ogre. Okay.
Maybe the
Whoa.
ogre can turn into a bat.
Akram makes little heart hands over his heart. I really thought it was time for the ogre to learn to love again.
I'm sorry. You've been seeing the ogre. I'm not dismayed by that. I don't know what it means.
For what it's worth, you are way more approachable than the star. I think this is a better future for the ogre.
And also I just think the ogre is ready to move on and begin seeing
Good for
you.
all parties.
He better be, she says. So like,
Have you met the star?
no, I have not met the star. He should be. Look, what we share, the star can't give him or couldn't give him. So now we're together. Okay?
Gonna just glance at the star piercing the ogre with a spear and just
It seems
Right.
less
It's a
complex.
better pairing.
So
It's like
she.
they're both
So
happy.
basically, she has kind of confessed in a sort of exasperated way that she has been meeting the ogre. The ogre has been coming to her from the body of the water every day. And that's
Oh, go ahead.
why
I'm
she-
sorry.
So can you please not tell the villagers because they will not understand our love.
Of course not.
Do you
Of course, we won't tell the villagers.
That's your story to tell, should you choose to.
do you know why the roaches might not like the ogre?
Good question.
So she doesn't know anything about the roach monsters. She will say that my lover is pure, and maybe foul creatures don't like that. He's pure as the waters of the lake.
Does the ogre ever come to your house in the village?
If he's leaving me gifts, and he has left me several gifts, he can. I've never seen him. He doesn't take his water form.
His water form.
Yeah. So look, if to clear my ogre's name, I'll come. Like I'll show you to. I'll show him to you. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to meet this ogre.
yes, we'd love that. That'd be
I
agreeable.
mean, that
So
that
she-
seems amazing.
So she sort of gruffly sort of like stomps back into the passage. You don't have the roach with you, right?
No, we do not have the
No.
roach with us.
No.
Okay, so she stomps back into the passage. She leads you to what is a sort of sandy beach area and rock strewn. There's a huge boulder in the middle where you can see, like, basically it's almost dry, but you would have assumed that she might have lay there to like sort of sun dry, because there's a little patch of like water left on the smooth boulder. The lake,
that
the
warm
waters
rock
of-
and a sun dry. Sorry, no, just snake jokes.
Okay. The water sort of spreads before you. It is a very still mirror-like lake, surrounded. Basically, it's a bowl. The hill is a bowl, and there's this lake in the middle. And it's very tranquil, and everything seems hushed. So even sort of her indignant sort of stomping and hushed voice, she sort of softens, and she sort of calls. She says, "Ogre, ogre." Nothing happens.
Perhaps
she
the
calls-
ogre doesn't want to meet us. Maybe we are intruding on their personal time.
That seems likely.
She's now very frustrated at everything. She's frustrated at your questions. She's frustrated at the no-show of her lover. She feels a little bit betrayed by this thing, this situation.
Perhaps he is currently flying around in his bat form.
Well, it
She
is
sort of like
daylight.
throws out her arms and sort of like stomps out into the passage.
Wait. Before you leave, perhaps you could just. Well, first, I was going to go over the standard of upkeep in the shrine, but I don't believe that's an appropriate time to go over that.
You're using the wrong incense.
Yeah, it's the wrong incense. You got to get the rosemary in there, lime. I already did the milk, but that was my own milk, and I was just, that first time's free. I would just tell her to ask her what next time she gets the ogre, ask him about the roaches, since he doesn't want to answer to us, and that's, will be it.
Fine, she says, and then like stomps back into the passage. Yes, so like you are left here with the boulder and this clear lake, which if you sort of touch and taste is not salty. So sorry about that.
Oh well.
All water
not,
can't
not
be
literal.
salty.
Maybe all of the tear salt has settled to the bottom of the lake.
There seem to be like the interior wall of the hill, which you are looking at now, is also sheer like the outside. There are two, like you sort of look up, and there is a sort of on the far end of the lake there is a entrance. There's a beach and an entrance. And above it, more or less directly above it, is a sort of like large, sort of oblong, sort of cave mouth. Sort of, I gotta look at it, several stories up. And higher up than that is to kind of like about your left. So imagine if you were standing at a 6 o'clock position on the clock, the long mouth is 1 or 2 o'clock, and the sort of like flat horizontal sort of cave is 10, 11, and it's higher. And you do see a shape peek back from that long sort of like cave. If you look, as soon as it sees you, sort of like your attention at the cave. What do you do? The interior of this, the sides of the lake are not exactly sheer. So if you do take the time and you do like rig a proper way, you can sort of eventually get to any one of these openings, but it will take basically the better part of your daylight.
Shall we head that way then, I suppose?
I think so.
So tell me what you're doing and how you're going to get there. Are you going to cross the lake to get to whichever entrance you want to get to? Or are you going to use this? Are you going to move along the rocks?
I was planning to move along the rocks.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound right to swim when the ogre feels like a water kind of creature. And if he's mad at us, better to be along the rocks, is what I'm saying.
He does seem reluctant to meet you, yes.
Give him his space.
Do we plan to just leave our friend where he is?
Oh, that guy. I was wondering what happened to him.
I actually think that it is wrong of us to keep the cockroach. Perhaps we should just free it.
I do agree that we should make a choice one way or the other.
I think he's learned this lesson.
Yeah. Sure.
He has memorized your speech word for word.
Roughly.
So I'll go back and I'll like knock on the thing. Hello, would you like to come out?
Yes. Are we? Please, no more bad place.
You may leave the bad place, but you have to promise to really just not eat the goat meat. Not eat any of the meat with hair on it.
Hey, wait a minute.
Or scales. Or scales. No hair, no scales.
Or scales. That seems like two very broad categories, though.
It does leave
big feathers
a
on
lot
him, go
of
to town.
It also leaves a lot of cheese options.
A lot of cheese options, a lot of birds.
Go to town on birds. Birds
Other
suck.
insects. Plants.
I feel like you've built up enough of a rapport with this poor roach person that it will agree to it, and you feel like it's relatively sincere. You don't feel like there is a obvious sense of deception.
Right.
It may just forget, but for now,
We've done our part.
Right. Like any small
did
child
all.
that may get excited when there's some hairy meat around and go buck wild.
When you give when you give a kid candy, do they have the willpower to resist?
Right. So we'll kind of open up the lid of the thing and say,
It peeks out.
Be
It's
free,
one of its
cockroach.
eyes. One of its eyes is sort of like like sort of swelled up from the bump it received last night. It's sort of like it looks at the three of you. Don't eat me, basically, it's it.
I mean, meat with
Cheese
feathers
meat,
is
okay.
fine. Cheese meat is fine. Plant meat is fine. That may seem impossible, but
We'll stick to green meat.
I look over at
No, don't eat me. Don't eat me. We'll eat green meat. It's okay. Green meat and yellow meat, and white meat.
Yellow cheese.
Yellow, green, okay. White, slightly problematic.
Yeah. I just stick to green, and then we can circle back to the the white and yellow meats. We'll figure that out when we cross that bridge. Stick to green meat. Green meat.
Okay. I go now. It says.
Be free.
Have a good day.
Yeah, off you go. Then he just buzzes off at head height.
Basically, an enormous giant roach. You've just let an enormous giant roach out into the forest. Yes. It buzzes away.
No bad will in no way come to regret this decision.
Hey, look, there's no
So what do
paper
you
trail.
do?
They can't trace this back to us. Eh?
We'll just say it was a different roach this time.
As it flies away, it is repeating Akram's legal code.
Thank goodness.
It's like it feels like a song or a war chant to you, so it's chanting it.
I just really hope it got all the nuances of the difference between virtue ethics and crisis ethics.
I would.
I thought you did a good
disappoint
job with
you, my friend.
utilitarianism.
I would
Just
disappoint
really
you,
hope
my
it doesn't
friend.
kill a person.
I think he's just repeating the words.
That's how understanding starts.
To a certain degree, aren't we all just repeating the words?
I've turned around and heading away towards the.
So what do you guys? What do you all want to do?
Tiptoe around the edge to go to the other side of the water, right?
Okay, that's so it's tiptoe around the edge, and so which entrance are you trying to get to? Are you trying to get to the sort of like other sort of beach on the water, on the level of the water, or you're trying to get to one of the caves? You can get to any one of them using basically the day, and you'll get there like at sort of like evening time.
I feel like the beach.
Same.
I'm not going to say that climbing would be hard for some of us, but it might be.
And who are we referring to in this situation?
I've lost my robe, sir.
Okay, so
We
the
know.
beach.
We know.
The
We know.
beach it is.
Oh,
So
Let's go.
you make your way along the beach. We're sort of getting down to the last half hour, so I will ignore another encounter roll. You basically get the canned encounter, which is as you approach the sort of landing. It's sort of you do see the beach, but it's like hidden by palms. And as you sort of approach it and you sort of spread the palms, you do see that there is a cave entrance here. And there is the distant sound of birds above you, but also birds from the cave mouth itself. The sort of air that is coming from the cave mouth smells of compost and lacquered rotting wood.
anything
Slightly worrisome.
Does anybody have like tracking skills or like is trained as a tracker, like a mundane tracker?
No.
I have been
I'm-
doing some tracky things as a role playing thing, but not
That's-
as an actual skill.
I would say that no. Okay, so I will say that the person who's been through here has seen no need to hide their tracks. So you do see feet, like human feet.
Human feet. Look, footprints.
And also less human feet, but similar
Right.
to human feet.
Not so
So-
footprints.
So like upright with toes, but not exactly.
Yeah. If you would say that they look more like handprints,
Oh,
monkey prints maybe.
primate. Like yeah.
Apish, yeah.
Is it roughly human sized or is it bigger?
They are both roughly human sized.
Okay.
So somebody with an ape, or an ape with a person, has come through.
Do you enter the cave?
Just gonna do a real quick look around. Any signs on the cave? Any writing? Any like markings? Anything like that?
Any do not enter signs?
Yeah.
No. There is hidden behind one of the palm fronds is a pack, like a sort of like an unfolded sort of bag, basically, and laid out is three sort of torches, you would guess. It smells resinous, but not of any sort of fuel you might recognize. The wood of the torch is twisted like and root-like, as opposed to like branch-like. The cloth itself is of an unfamiliar textile.
Was in east. So the pack is. Does it look like it's been there a while, or?
It looked like somebody has left gear here, not really for a long while.
Okay.
And you say that there is a resin-like substance on it?
So it is the residue of fuel for what appears to be a light source is not familiar to you. Doesn't smell familiar.
Gonna give it a taste just real quick, just see if there's anything I can from it. Like,
okay. I don't know how sensitive like a serpent's taste senses are. I assume they're quite sensitive. They taste the air or whatever. It does taste organic. It doesn't taste of any plant material. It tastes of animal material. Not something that you're familiar with, though.
well, I think I just ate dung, so let's just go on.
If
So
you
anyway,
do,
you only tasted the dung.
Thank you, Akram. Thank you.
You know, in some parts of the world, people search dung for coffee beans.
fair point.
Just gonna go towards the cave. Go towards the cave.
I just look at just like, really, coffee beans and dung. So the animal eats the coffee bean, and then
Yes. And then it cooks the beans slightly.
it's fascinating.
So it adds this flavor.
It's so fascinating.
So just FYI, apparently snakes' tongues do not smell or taste, but they retrieve information from the air or ground, and then that is brought to what is called a Johnson organ inside of their mouth, which then relays that information to their brain and helps them analyze a number of different sensations around them. Just in case anyone was wondering out there, you don't have to add us later. I did the research.
Yeah.
So is it a
kinda
chemical
similar
sort
to
of like?
It literally is like you're licking it and you don't know what it tastes like, and then you bring it back into your mouth and it's already in your mouth, and then you're like, oh,
Yeah.
now I know what this thing
Oh,
is.
it's who? Yeah.
And it's something like the tips of it have to be put into the Johnson organ, right? So it's
Yeah,
like
like
you
it
have to
brings it back
stick the-
in. But each, depending on, like, if one tip of the tongue gets one thing and one tip of the tongue gets another thing, it gives them a better sense of, like, where those things are positionally around them. So they can essentially, like, smell in multiple dimensions. Anyways, all fun stuff to find out.
Yeah, we just need a graphic to run across the screen. Snake facts, and
It's why people tune in, is for the snake fact.
So okay, because we had that snake fact like sort of intermission, I would say that you get more information than what you got because it's not dung from any animal you know on the surface.
interesting. Well, I'm gonna head to the cave and see what animal it was.
He knows it wasn't coffee.
Yeah.
It definitely isn't made out of the dung that you see before you. When you all enter this area, it feels like something as tall as the atrium of a opera house. It's very high ceilinged. There is bird song and the swirl of bird motion above you, and pushed back against the walls of the far wall of the cave is this huge pile, basically the size of an elephant, of guano. And as you look and as you bring your lantern up to it, the guano shifts, and when you stop moving your lantern, the guano is still shifting. It is a moving mass of insects, and you see that the insects are all around you and all around your feet. Characters in Dozen Islands don't necessarily wear
Footwear.
More often than not, do not wear footwear, so they are basically crawling across your feet. The chitin is sharp and angular around you and prickly. This is particularly, depends on how you feel about insects. This may or may not be particularly bad for you, Patsy. There is a red light coming from the right behind some boulders.
Why don't we look behind those boulders where there's not insects crawling over our feet?
Yes, or
How do
bat
we get there?
guano.
Hello?
As you enter and as you gingerly step across this living carpet and being
I have a huge AF ore, so I could actually like gently swat them away as I lead the way, at least. So there's
so
that.
you're basically
just-
sweeping.
Yeah, I'm sweeping with the ore.
I'm just
So you-
slithering with them.
All of you are being quite conscientious, working through this difficult terrain, I guess. It's beetles, it's isopods, it's scorpions and pseudoscorpions. Something that you would expect to be here but isn't are roaches.
Huh.
As Dunham calls, you see a head peek out behind the rock.
Hello?
Hi, says the person in the archaic language that you have been using recently.
Sorry for losing my video. I kid you not. We have a cockroach that's been bothering us.
Oh no!
They heard.
It's the curse!
They heard us talking in
They have
cockroach tongue.
arrived. Sorry to cut you off. My bad.
You're fine. I'm glad we're just on theme. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
Hello?
Again, the man repeats greetings in this ancient dialect that you've been using with another individual recently, and he says, "Please, what business do you have here?"
Are you the ogre?
He sort of steps out behind the corner, and he sort of like says, "What ogre?" And he sort of like waves at you to come over, and you see that his hands, he doesn't have hands. Where his hands should be are stumps, and on the stumps are tied with cords and twine spiders. So he has spiders for hands, basically.
I'm just going to stand here and the scorpion's crawling over my feet.
No, afraid. I'm excited to meet you. Excited to meet you. What are you doing here?
Weren't we like following human look or ape looking tracks?
Human and
Oh
ape.
no.
It, my 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 master, my master is back here. Do you want to meet her?
Sure.
You know what? Why not?
So he gestures towards you and he points towards himself with one of his spider hands, and the spider sort of like crawls on his chest as he points in. He says, "Grippa, Grippa, and
Pleasure to
me
meet
Grippa.
you, Grippa.
Please come see my master."
While we're walking, I will ask. So is there any um, form of respect that we should show your master as we arrive?
My master is learned master. You may call her learned master. Munta, her name is, as he sort of leads you over.
Her name is Munta.
The strange thing about it is that because you've needed to sweep away the insects, as he walks, the insects sort of instinctively avoid his feet. And he leads you towards basically a camp that is lit by this sort of twisted torches burning red. So the resin that you tasted burns red. The tents are silk. There are boxes. You see on a mat, you pass a mat where there is a bird chick being dissected. And leaning on a corner, sort of like examining a scorpion and putting it in a sort of earthen jar, and examining a pseudo scorpion, and then biting its claw off is an orangutan who sort of squints at the lantern light as if unused to the brightness.
Learned master?
Who are these Daylanders, Grippa? And Grippa says, "Visitors, master. Why are they here? Why are they disturbing our learned work?"
Is Daylander a term that we would be used to, or is this something we would not have heard before?
It is a conjunction of terms that one in this archaic sort of tongue, and no, it's not a conjunction that you would have seen even in texts.
Great.
Sorry, I kind of missed the part about what she looked like.
She is an orangutan.
She's an orangutan. Okay, so she's the one leaving the
Yes.
primate.
You would have. And
Okay,
her
I'm just
fur
gonna
is
tax.
pale, almost white, like orange white.
Orange white. Okay.
I'm gonna kind of whisper to the group, "What are we doing here?"
You know what? I am not sure.
I'm sort of confused.
I'm not saying we've lost the thread, but I'm not saying we know what it is either.
The thread may not have lost us.
That's
but
true.
We are unaware of its presence.
I'm sorry. I do have to apologize because these are quite disparate things that, because of the party's actions, have led them to encounter.
No, this is great.
You have given us tons
you
tons of freedoms to explore this. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so
again, Munta says to her apprentice, because she's decidedly not acknowledging your ability to speak, what are the visitors doing and why are they interrupting her research? They couldn't possibly understand.
I turned to Grippa and said, we are exploring from the village, and we were dealing with some cockroach people who are very frightened of the lake.
And this Grippa sort of like says, so he has a very hurried discussion with Munta, the orangutan, and they sort of have an exchange, and you kind of left there like waiting as they have like this 10-minute exchange, like seems like very complicated and very technical terms. And Grippa says, so you met the Roach people. The Roach people are here in your world.
In our world,
Yes.
I am. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then Munta says, it is curious that the Roach people are. It is curious that they say it's the lake. Perhaps my hypothesis is true. And Grippa says that tells you basically that the Roach people are very dangerous and you should not interact with them, and you should attempt to kill them before they escape and summon others.
Yes. Before they escape, kill
Right.
anyone we find.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you have eradicated them before they harm you.
Oh, we took one captive.
Oh, okay. That is very commendable of you. Did you remember to retain hygiene, because they are very dangerous and filthy?
Oh, we kept it inside an urn.
Okay, that is very good.
Also,
isolation works very well. Yes.
Also, the person who handled it washed their hands.
Very important. Very important. Yes. And Munta says, Grippa, please thank these Daylanders for their time and their new points of data. I do not want, I think we should return to testing our hypothesis now. I feel confident in our hypothesis.
If we may request for some of this information, in my experience, normal cockroaches, when you see some of them, there are more. Is it correct for me to assume that there are more of them and that we would need to deal with this problem?
Grippa says definitely so. The best solution for you is to get you and your fellow Daylanders a day's travel away from this contaminated area.
Wait, all the Daylanders need to leave the contaminated area?
To be safe. The children of the children of Odoyok, the Roach god, have plagued our world for long enough, and we are very used to the vectors of their transmission. You must leave to be safe.
Well, there's a whole village that will need to leave then.
He sort of shrugs.
And a lot of goats. There will be a lot of goats that have to leave.
What is it with you people and goats?
They're very cute.
It is a concern that that they are here now. They will see your Daylander. They will see the Daylands as a land of plenty, much richer than our world, and they will thrive within it. You should not be around when that happens. That is part of our work. And then Munta sort of says, why are we wasting time with these people?
You are not part of this world.
No, we come from below. We are here. We are here, and so like he senses the irritation of his master, so he sort of like brings you away back to the sort of like wideness of the cave to heaven aside. He explains that they are here from the underworld, the world below, basically. And they are here to find out why this particular spot is not afflicted by the children of Odoyok.
But it is.
This is why your news is so distressing. However, if what you say is true and they are afraid of the lake, that is some cause for hope. My master believes that there is something within the droppings of these flying creatures that keeps the roaches away.
So the
bats
roaches.
eat the roaches? Ah.
So
No,
back.
so the birds in this cave is his master.
Oh.
Birds.
Interesting.
Oh, that's right. There's birds in the ceiling of this cave.
Interesting.
Also, we figured out what that cicada was saying. Odoyo.
Oh, that's
Alright.
also the roach god, huh?
Yeah.
That is the same set of
Ah.
syllables.
And here we are in the reach of the roach god.
Roll credits.
Yeah. uh,
Can I take a half an hour more of your time? If that's all right.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
We'll sort
Yeah,
of
I'm
wrap.
good.
So yeah, there is. I guess I'm going to like severely maybe limit the party's options. What do you all want to do, and how would you want to proceed? There is another cave entrance above. You can remain here to understand more what it is that the Munta and Gripa are doing. You can return to the village.
Dunham would really like to find some clothes.
Yeah, and we better warn everybody in the village about the
roach people.
About the
Yeah,
horrible.
the roach apocalypse.
Yes, that's why I want to go back to the village. The horrible roach
We do
people.
need to warn the village about the roach apocalypse.
Yes, that is why we should go back, not so that I can put on clothes.
Okay.
Putting on the clothes would be.
I mean, you putting on clothes is also a fine thing to prioritize.
Helps keep you away from like skin to skin contact with dangerous things.
It's 100% a choice.
So Grippa does strike you as somebody who is genuinely sympathetic to the plight of people like you all, or even if his master is not. He does say that they have never seen roaches in this particular chamber, and he says that he does keep an eye on, and he feels a little bit like he feels embarrassed to admit this, or like he feels like he's admitting something dirty. Like he does keep an eye on the lake in the afternoons. He's never seen any roaches around the lake.
Have you
as well
seen an ogre?
There is a water creature, and yeah, I have glimpsed accidentally the water creature and his friend in the water.
Paramore.
Lover.
Yes.
Significant other.
Yes,
Friends.
it is you are very open-minded under the open sky. So yes, please warn your other friends and please get them to leave this area. I do feel that you are unequipped to deal with this infestation, and you should leave it to people like us.
Okay.
Fair enough.
And your plan is bird poop, correct?
That's what my master is convinced. Yes.
So we can tell you the story of like the roach being freaked out by the other side of the lake where there was no bird poop.
That does put a spanner. You wouldn't use that. He wouldn't use that simile, but it does look. That does put pay to the working hypothesis. So are you saying that there's something to do with the lake itself?
I have no idea.
I just know that there was no bird poop.
There was
We will have to
cockroach
test it.
anxiety, but there was no bird poop.
Why don't you? So he picks up some poop and hands it to you in his. Basically, a spider picks up poop, and the spider like has poop in its hand and like wants to drop it into one of your palms. I believe that you should do this in a scientific and process-oriented way. Please test this substance and then the substance from the lake, which is the water of the lake.
I will let the spider put the poop into my bag.
I was going to say something, but apparently I can't possibly pick it up.
And then we'll promise to get some water from the lake and see if that will.
Yes.
Okay. So Grippa says, "Good luck to you." Do you make your way back around the lip of the lake, or like?
I feel like we have to pass by the lake if we're going to get water. Right?
Yeah. Though we don't necessarily have to swim in it, though.
Yeah.
I'll dump out my milk and pick up water.
Oh, I before you do that, I have a jug full of water. I'll jump out the jug full of water I have to replace it with lake water.
Oh, okay, good. Oh.
And before we actually take the water, I will just say, kind ogre, we would like to take some of your water for a science experiment.
There is no response. The lake is quiet, but the lake is particularly quiet.
Just for
science, at least we asked.
And
if you take it, nothing happens.
I gather some up. Pardon me.
Okay, so you all. I'm going to basically describe what happens at the end, at the outcomes of all your previous actions. So you return to town, and as you move through the passage, you pass by the empty urn from which you have let loose the roach. You can take it with you if you like. There is the bamboo grove. You see Iba's surf tracks as she has returned to the village. As you sort of like on the road, you hear cries of distress in the distance from the village. You do hear hissing and sort of like, and then Iba is jogging really quickly towards you, and so is Lura, the woman with the baby. She is jogging with one baby in her arms and sort of like a war axe in the other, and she is also like she seems really capable to be doing this too, but they are basically fleeing their community. What do you do?
Is happening? I ask the fleeing people.
the monsters have attacked. Lura says. Iba just looks at you and shakes her head. What did you all do? It's, you see, bats and monsters and bats. What did you all do?
The village has a monster problem. We don't have a monster problem. We're trying to fix the monster problem.
Why are the monsters attacking?
The monsters attacked before we got here.
Well, they are attacking more. Are you? So like Lura sort of stops and she hands her baby to Iba, and she says that, look, you four look like capable fighting fighting folk. Please come and help me save my friends.
Of course.
Already on the move.
Let's do it.
So she sort of follows along
Deliberate
with
strains.
you get to the edge of the village and you see a detachment of 6 roaches flying, sort of carrying bodily, trying to lift Galak away. What do you do?
None of them have a swollen eye, right?
Not this group.
See,
But
not our fault.
They are hissing, and they are now hissing the legal code that Akram taught.
But none of this is in the code.
It is particularly a contradiction because they are probably reciting a part of the code which says that you must respect bodily autonomy or something of that effect while they are trying to carry away this writhing healer. Ah!
Did they misinterpret your code?
I don't know.
see-
I was very clear.
It doesn't matter. I will just try. I will. The cockroaches are actively hostile to people this time, so I think I am more justified in actually swatting them.
Okay,
I will.
Mhm.
Instead of a slipper, I have a giant oar, and I'll start smashing cockroaches.
they are distracted by trying to pull away Galak, so I'm saying that this is basically like a surprise round for you guys. So
Alright.
Gut is making an attack on one of the flying monsters, right?
Yeah. They're trying to take away someone, right? What's his
Yes,
name?
correct. The
The
healer.
healer?
The healer.
They are kind of hovering over the ground. So like they're trying to take off with him to gain altitude, but he's like writhing, so he's like he won't fall to his death yet. Is what I'm saying.
All right. So basically, I try to swat one of them with the giant slipper that is my oar. Like,
Make your attack.
all right, sure. Bloodthirsty +1 to hit, and I rolled a hey. I've been rolling good so far. 15 +1 is 16.
That's enough. So what do you do to
Basically,
this
just
flying roach?
deals damage, right?
Yeah. Describe how you take it out, because it only.
So
has-
yeah. So basically, the flat of the oar is like this big thing, and I swat it from the sky, and with the force of my body, like squish it onto the ground. All cockroach like, right? The when you like step on a cockroach.
So like this is sufficiently terrifying to them that they sort of like lose formation and then and drop Gala, and Gala falls to the ground, like tumbles over. They sort of land, 5 of them, and they go like, yeah.
I actually deliberately tell Galak that to like, after you flee, clean any wounds. They are dirty.
He's all like bitten over. They've been
Run to the
I
lake and
hear-
bathe there. Run to the lake and bathe there.
Is
he sort of like rushes away, like between you as you sort of form a sort of like line.
Is Pensive Storm Cloud the biggest thing around us, or is there anything bigger?
Oh no.
I think Gut and Pensive. It's a tie between the two of them. Iba might have been bigger than the two of you, but
So.
Really? You thinking of doing the fastball specials?
Why wouldn't we?
Go for it.
I'm going to activate my bronze disc, so we hear this kind of clanging of bronze behind me, and you can actually see these discs like undulating and kind of clapping against each other as I pick up Pensive Storm Cloud. In a way we've done at least once before.
Grudgingly.
yes.
And I
Throwing the snake.
I throw them. I throw them at the nearest cluster of roaches.
So this is the nearest cluster. That's why I'm
Right.
sort of
Yeah.
describing.
I meant within like the end of that grouping.
Okay.
I rolled a 14.
That's one under the 15 sort of like standard difficulty.
Yeah, so it's either 15. If you're using standard difficulty, that's fine. I didn't know if they had a set DC or anything like that.
Oh, right. Sorry. This was basically an attack. Sorry, I was misunderstanding you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
It's a hit. They are not that great as combatants.
Great.
So you toss Pensive into the group, and the weight of his corpulence sort of crushes one. So you splat, and then the milk of its abdomen sort of spatters all under you. And
we're not going to regret that later.
I am.
Both Pensive and Akram still have actions, I believe.
Yeah.
I'm going to produce a. I'm going to produce a spear from my waistband.
I love these invisible weapons.
They're not invisible. I hid them. I say, as I'm like running forward, to try to spear as many cockroaches as possible on the tip of the spear.
Okay, so let's see. The spear is a long weapon, and I will say that they are sufficiently perturbed by both Dunham's actions, tossing the snake, and Gut's actions. So they're kind of lining up. So make your successful attack, and we'll see.
I scored a 13.
A 13 is just enough.
Okay.
So it's equal or over? Is that how down we go?
Yeah, equal or over. Yeah.
So I will say that you basically run through two of them, and now you have shish kebab 2 roaches on your spear. Congratulations, a delicious snack. They are
Once they're thoroughly cleaned.
They go immediately limp. Oh no! So they are roaches. So they're still twitching.
Yeah.
And Pensive, you are in. There are 2 roaches left around you, with chitinous sort of like spears and swords.
I'm going to both of them and single out the weaker one and just bring my flip out my head and bring my maw down on it with my 2 poisonous fangs, or at least try to.
Okay. You are striking. Make your strike.
18.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Roll a d20 as you bite.
Oh no. 18?
It tastes like your own blood, but it's gone bad. So your mouth fills with the taste of rotting blood.
I'm just gonna fling it as far as I can, just like bite, fling, and then look intimidatingly at the last remaining one with my hood fully outstretched.
Right. So it has a chance. No. So that's the surprise round over. Somebody roll me initiative. The next one. This will determine whether it does and whether you get to act, or whether the roaches get to act, the roaches attacking the village get to act, or whether you get to act.
I'm going to use alertness to win initiative.
Good, because I rolled
All right.
a 2.
Okay. Okay, so you get to act. You don't have to roll for intimidation, Pensive, because it's lost, it's failed its morale save. It's going to run, and it takes flight. You can either choose to grab it or like run towards the center of the village. There is, as you sort of say, there is a hissing, loud hissing noise from the center of the village that seems to be 8 roaches speaking at the same time, shouting, "Where are the scholars?"
Oh.
Might want to check that out. That guy's gone. Like, head to the village.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will.
Yeah.
We run towards the village.
So as you enter the village, sort of like huddle of the square, and like Ginter's tea house is over on the opposite end of where you are. It's still your initiative round, so you don't. So what you see in the bulk of the center of the village are sort of these detachments of 6 roaches each. So they're in squads of 6, right? And they're each like sort of restraining and maybe taking opportunistic bite of like a villager each. And in the center of the village, rearing up in front of a small roach, which you recognize because it has one like eye, is the Senti roach, which is a roach like end to end, 8 roaches end to end of that similar size, rearing up, and it's asking, "You learned this. Where are the people you learned it from?"
Is the Senti Roach the same entity that we heard the question, "Where are the scholars?" from?
Yes. It speaks in a voice of 8.
I make myself look big, and I strike my oar on the ground, and I go, "It is me. I am the scholars."
I turn invisible at that exact moment.
Well, congratulations,
Just to
Akram.
draw attention, so they'll attack me instead of the townsfolk.
So where is Pensive and where is Akram?
I have been following along, but I think what I would like to do is pull the bird poop out of my bag. Words I've never said in a role-playing game before. And I'm going to throw the bird poop at the center roach.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, we find out now if it works or not.
Yeah.
I fling poop at my enemy.
So just to say, like, this is basically the end of the session. So we are establishing what each of the characters are doing at this level.
Because otherwise, we'd probably be ending in our deaths if we weren't ending in a cliffhanger.
Yeah. Look,
So,
best to end at a high note, the absolute highest edge of a cliff, and watching the inevitable descent. So we're.
So wait, sorry, Pensive, what were you doing? So we've got what?
I ready my fangs, knowing that as long as I bite it at least once, it'll be dead in an hour, because that's my magic snake power.
Okay. So we'll resolve the first thing, which is the gift of food. It sort of says, the Senti Roach looks at Akram and says, sort of like bats food away and says, your meager offerings will not appease me.
Oh no, that was the poop. That was
Yeah.
the poop. Okay.
Poop is
I
food.
thought it was on
you know?
Yeah,
offering.
that's true.
Interesting.
And so
Yes,
it
that
curves
doesn't work.
down. It curves down. It sort of like brushes against Dunham, sort of like Dunham's invisible, but he's still there, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So it's really quick, and it curves around like basically like a sinuous dragon snake thing. And it looks so all it's dismissed Akram, and it gives all its attention towards God. And he says, "You are the scholar."
I am the scholars. Yes.
It says, "Teach me your scholarly ways."
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
What do you want to know? I was there. I was basically listening in when Akram was it? While Akram was discussing it, right? So
Yeah.
I could, and I'm relatively familiar with the theory because it's something that I also learned. I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
not
like
as talkative as he is.
it's like you sit in on one philosophy lecture, you can teach a class. Like, yeah, that's
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not like Akram went to more than 3 lectures that whole class.
Okay, so this is basically the final thing that it asks you, and the sort of like conversation we will end.
Oh no, I think my internet is working.
You're still there for us.
You're still there for us.
So
Oh,
it
alright.
basically it thinks that God is a scholar, or like you are a scholar, and these are your servants. And it basically starts barraging you with questions in its 8 voices. It asks you what power is, and who has right to rule over the Daylands, and how many babies or meat babies is it moral to eat. So it is asking you, what is the moral code of living here, essentially, in its clumsy way. And that's kind of like where you are. So you are faced with the questions, the big philosophical questions from this giant roach, and your friends are around you, even if they are unseen. You don't know whether the guano definitely doesn't work. But yeah, you're now faced with debating this roach creature.
I hate to say it, but I think we lost him because his screen is
He
not
did
moving
freeze
for
out
me.
totally.
Yeah.
Oh no! Okay.
Oh no.
We'll just we'll default to it. I'll make a little plight to the Roachapede that it's like well, we will just point to Akram of Akram, like we'll have the stand-in for him at the moment.
I would need to do you want a written disputation? Would you like a written disputation?
It will basically attempt to abduct you to learn more about what is more how one should live in the sun-touched world.
No meat babies. None. The total number is 0 meat babies.
This will be the sort of point that you will argue the longest with the Senti Roach for. And that is basically the end. Thanks.
Yeah.
I just don't know how to end it because otherwise it's a
Zero
huge, long
meat
battle.
babies, fade to
Yeah,
black.
zero.
That's great.
Zero.
I love that.
Zero.
Awesome. We're gonna do our reaction roll. We'll see if BJ hops back in with us before the end. Hopefully, they're able to get everything. Pardon me. Sorted out. Where'd that slide go? There we go. Yeah. Reaction Roll is a live stream within a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the player or designer of a game that we just played through and talk to them about our experience playing that. Today we are sitting down with Zedeck Siew, one of the creators of 1,000 Islands. Specifically, we are talking about their current Kickstarter project, Reach of the Roach God, which is a new type of project centered around the 1,000 Islands. So, Zedeck, for people who are not familiar with 1,000 Islands or your work, tell us a little bit about it, and tell us a little bit about the Reach of the Roach God.
1,000 Islands is a series of fantasy RPG zines that are inspired by Southeast Asian sort of myth history and sort of lived material culture. Inspired by, so it's not based on anything in particular. It is a mouthfeel.
Awesome.
And Reach of the Roach God will be our first book. It will be our first. It will contain 3 separate adventures that are tied together and do sort of like all lead towards down into and towards the Roach God. It will also include like 3 gazetteers for cultures underground and also like sort of cave generation sort of tools. Yeah, and it will be full of art by artist Mankau, who started the project and who I work with.
Awesome. It is absolutely gorgeous to be able to pop a little bit of the art up on the screen as we've been playing for the audience. And so some of the different locations and other stuff like that. It is absolutely gorgeous. I had a blast playing, but I want to hear from some of our other players. Hopefully, BJ, who was our 4th PC, will be back with us. They're having some internet connectivity issues. It looks like it's flip-flopping on and off. They're hoping to hop back on. That's why you see a blank space in the corner for anybody who's just watching this part or joining us recently. But let's start with Charlie. Charlie, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, but also tell us what it was like to play Reach of the Roach God.
So my name's Charles Ferguson Avery. You can find my stuff at Feral Indie Studios on itch.io. I'm known for creating, as of now, a bunch of smaller zines, kind of about settings, perhaps some like system agnostic material, as well as Into the Weird and Wild, which was a setting class and just a material toolbox to use for creating haunted wilderness settings. Now, as for night session, I had a blast, and I think just the audio about how we lost the thread narratively, but I think that does lend itself to just how much is in this set, which I think has always been the strong suit of 1,000 Islands, is that, you have a single zine, and you could run session after session just from that scene, let alone, an entire book. I guarantee we barely scratched the surface, and there was so much stuff that I wanted to know, and I think that is absolutely a strength of it.
Awesome. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask Zedeck about the adventure or about 1,000 Islands or Reach of the Roach God?
Might be a little too broad, but what were some inspirations for it? I know you've talked about with 1,000 Island that a lot of the inspiration does come from cultural mouthfeel, folklore, and also you've mentioned day-to-day things that you encounter just around town for long term. But in the case of Reach of the Roach God, anything in particular that you can sort of pin down, it's like this came from that, or this is an emulation of this?
So this particular project is inspired primarily by sort of like the cave systems that are found in Southeast Asia. I mean, some I've very slight sort of like experience going into caves, but mostly it's just looking and reading about them. They're some of the largest systems of caverns are found in Southeast Asia. I think they are quite recently explored as well. So there's a great deal of large space, not very deep, I imagine, but very extensive. A lot of the largest chambers, the longest chambers. A lot. There are photographs of dolines for like caves in Vietnam, which basically have whole forests within the chamber that the roof has a hole. Yeah, so that's where it is. Obviously, our hatred of roaches, fear of roaches, I would say, also informs the setting, because after we decided making something about caves, it was like, I think Mankao instinctively tacked into, what's the most disgusting thing that we think is in a cave? Because neither of us really chose, oh, it's going to be about roaches, but that's suddenly what the imagery was about. So it's like just further and further to it. Yeah, and that's it. I guess in terms of like thematically, is the more than our previous scenes, it's about the sort of contact between what is the meat. Like I know we ended in a kind of like a weird sort of place today, but I really wanted to end, there was the opportunity to end there. That's why I wanted to end there, is because the centiroach, or the roach centipede, is looking for a new way to be. That's its primary motivation, and I think a lot of the book will kind of like play around this, like what is a standard of how are people to be, and when you meet a culture that has a different set of these standards, how do those cultures interact? Yeah.
It becomes a conflict of philosophies, and not to almost like bring it up, but like it almost becomes like kind of this debate of colonialism of, here is something coming in, how does it interact, and what is right, and all of a sudden you're having a philosophical debate with a bunch of roaches, or
yeah.
and,
So I mean, there is part of that, and like conflict is that there will be some friction, but it is the exploration of like what happens when people with a different set of standards meet people with a different set of standards, including the idea that we may not see you as people. Yeah.
I love that. I also love that, like, Richard accidentally led us into that philosophical reality very early on. Speaking of which, Richard, why don't you go tell people who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Reach of the Roach God.
Hey, I'm Richard Rain. I am a game designer living in Brooklyn, New York, and I created Barrow Keep and Enoch's Wake, and most recently Moonlight on Roseville Beach. And I had the great privilege of being on panels with Zedeck for the last couple of Minitopias. We talk about this, I feel like both times we've gotten together for that panel, but like the specificity of this very small setting, of this very small area, is just really, really incredible. And because we've gotten a chance to talk about it, that's one of the things that jumped out at me, is how concrete and specific this very small village is, and how much life you brought to the village and the people there. I was curious to find out, like, the map is a pretty tight map in terms of, like, there's a it's got a fairly tightly, nicely put together geographic set of constraints. Um, how much of that is that really sort of the extent of kind of what we're getting in Reach of the Roach God? Is that really kind of all this not constrained, look at this very contained, tightly focused space, other than the fact that then you use this space to access the underworld and everything that goes on in the underworld.
So the three, they're basically only like I'm writing the second one now, and the third one is only an outline. So I'm writing them in order of sort of like a scope. So this one is the smallest. This one is basically a geographically centered focus point crawl. There's several sort of dungeony areas that are connected to this area, to this thing, which there isn't really a lot of time to get into in a sort of single session. Like
Yeah.
The second one is a temple complex. It's also on the surface, but it's a reference to a lot of the temple complexes we have in the region, which are overground and underground at the same time. So it's a single temple complex, but it's larger than this particular village, and so like it's larger in scope. There are sort of factions at play in that sense. The third one is a sort of delve into particular surfaces culture's underworld, which is basically where they bury their dead, and the sort of cave system, the sort of cavern systems are basically open up into sort of like a hex crawl sized point crawl. And after that, there will be tools for like creating your own cavern systems and cavern geographies. And that's where you get into the gazetteers, which are fairly large in scope because they describe whole peoples, including the roaches.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is sort of like, as I'm writing, it's sort of writing larger and larger.
Yeah. I love that. That does something really good with onboarding also too. Like it gives people a really small and easy point of entry to then start exploring and webbing out with, which a lot of people, a lot of adventurers suffer from not having. You know?
Yeah.
This one is a very intentionally, you all start out in a tavern basically.
Yeah.
Adventure. Yeah.
Which is also great because it's like you actually start out on the river and you just land there and it's the building that you start out, like that's the obvious exit point. But there's still a huge element of like, yeah, it still feels like the natural place we would go, not like, hey, trite, you just start off in a tavern. Even though there's always a good reason to go to a tavern when you want to go on an adventure. And so let's go over to BJ. BJ, you're glad you're back with us. Hope that the cockroach that has been attacking you in real life has been leaving you alone. But also tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, and what it was like to play Reach of the Roach God.
All right. Let's hope that my internet holds up. Southeast Asian internet. Okay. I am BJ. I am from the Philippines, and you can find me at bukojuice.itch.io, also at bukojuice.games. I typically write from the Filipino perspective and adding Filipino culture, Filipino myths, Filipino history into my games, whether it's pre-colonial, colonial Spain, or post-colonial experiences. And I think that that's also a good segue into how I feel about 1,000 Islands, which I haven't really told Zedeck before, even though we've played together quite a bit before. So interesting thing about my perspective on it as a Southeast Asian is that while it is based on a culture that is different from mine, there are more pegs that I could. I use the word peg. I think that's a Filipino English term. What I meant for that is there are like notes, individual notes that make me feel like it is familiar. Like one example of it, for example, is when I look at another setting and they talk about nature magic. right? And nature magic, and then ends up becoming, okay, you have 4 seasons: summer, autumn, winter, and spring, and the magic will be different based on the season that you chose, or something like that. That is alien to me, as someone who's from a tropical country who only experiences wet and wetter. So suddenly it becomes difficult for me to interact with the setting, because the setting already assumes that I experience this thing. I've never seen snow, for example. Like, I have an idea of what it looks like from TV, but I've never been in sub-zero temperatures, or any temperature lower rather than 10 degrees.
Same.
So those are all things that are not familiar to me. But when I read Thousand Islands, it's not home. Like, I don't necessarily feel like it's home, but I feel like it is something that I could interact with readily. Because interesting thing about in my limited time in other Southeast Asian countries, the interesting thing is that we have a lot of similarities, but we're also different because of circumstance, such as what religion ended up being the dominant religion. Like, for us in the Philippines, it's Catholicism. In Malaysia, there's more of a mix of Islamic and Hindu. Oh no, not Hindu. Is there? I can't really speak for Malaysia. And then in Singapore, there's a lot of Buddhist influences that I've seen when I travel there. But the underlying thing about it is just the flavor, like the folk traditions and the idea of spirits and gods residing in trees. Those get retained, even though we adopted our colonial's religion. And another example of that is suddenly my head went black. But that's an example. And for Reach of the Roach God in particular, one of the first things that struck me was that since Zedeck was playing the cockroaches as kids, that automatically made me like, whether I'm not sure if that's by design or not, but automatically it was like, I don't want to hurt them. These are kids, even though they're cockroaches, right? So it was only towards the end when I'm like, okay, this is a problem. And I think that's also part of it. A lot of fantasy revolves around othering, like the whole discussion on orcs and the whole discussion on drow, and how that is a lens that is not necessarily nice. So I like that, even though these are by design, cockroaches for us are repulsive creatures. They're presented in such a way that my first thought was to think of them as people instead of as creatures. So that's good for me.
Yes.
But yeah, that's how I think about Thousand Islands. It's something that I can readily interact with without necessarily feeling alienated by it.
Yeah. Love it. Do you have any questions about it?
Questions. Are you really going to do 1,000 times 1,000 islands? Because that's counting zeros.
No, I mean, I don't know. Depends on how long I live.
Yeah, but I guess that's a rhetorical question. I guess the more serious question is around how many are you planning?
So that's I mean the question of the name is the thing, because we want to keep going. I think as much as we can, probably. That's why the zines are the way they are. That's why we're writing them so loosely. That's why every zine establishes a cosmology and a universe centered on itself. But the whole point of the setting is that things and beliefs and people and cultures and places and standards and gods and spirits are specific, have a geographical center. There's no thing where this is true everywhere. I mean, that's quite a modern idea that comes from rationalism or the sort of like Judeo-Christian sort of, like God created the world. Traditionally, just because our region has been so is a region of exchange, it's like there's so many separate cosmologies that live in the same place and contradict each other on a daily basis. But you got to find a way to like when somebody has a spiritual disturbance in this society I live in, for example, if you get possessed and your priest, whether it's a Catholic priest or a sort of like a Taoist priest or whatever, can't deal with it, they might refer you to a sort of Muslim sort of oops.
You're good.
Sorry, I lost there. Okay, so they might refer you to some sort of healer or a priest from a different creed, even if those creeds are in most proper senses, incompatible. Because like Christianity doesn't acknowledge the existence of any other sort of creed besides its own. But yeah, like you're possessed, you've got to see a Thai Buddhist monk to deal with it. Like because it's a practical issue.
Yeah. If I may, I also am latching onto that because it's very similar here in the Philippines because we are like 7,000 plus islands, and I believe Malaysia has even more. And that's a very similar thing, even though we're like only several kilometers apart, just by virtue of us being different islands, there's already like a divergence of beliefs. And in the past, especially when we got actualized as a country, a lot of the efforts have been in homogenizing what being Filipino means. But especially as we move towards the present, the efforts of people that I see around me, it's starting to shift more into actually we're all different, and why don't we just embrace that? So, so I really feel that same thing. I think.
Awesome. I had a great experience playing. I was super excited to sit down and do it. Thousand Islands has been on my list of to get zines for forever, and I've never, because I just want to buy them all. I don't want to just buy them at one at a time, and so I've got to wait until they're in stock somewhere, and I finally have a full set of them slowly matriculating towards my house right now from Jarrett Crater's house as we speak. They're in the air, and so I'm super thrilled. Was super thrilled to see the game go up, and love this kind of instead of next step. I also just love so much of the conversation that was just happening. I constantly am encouraging people. Like a big thing I get the sense of is we've lost the ability to experience wonder, awe, and specifically to marvel at the beauty of other people, both near and far from us, who have very different cultural realities, but also people who we think have very similar cultural realities to us, but have a very different lived experience. And we oftentimes see that by approaching each gazetter and each zine for Thousand Southern Islands with its own cosmology, with its own, like, you're encouraging people to actually step into a place and start exploring it rather than just saying come into this place and understand it. And just
so
go ahead.
Where me and Makao try to situate our head when we start writing and designing and creating is that there's nothing worse than a tourist who has a guide in his smartphone and is not looking at anything actually there. So the zines are about being, or like presenting the world of that actual place to the reader or the player or whatever else. So you have to deal with it on its own specific terms. As opposed to like, okay, these people are. So like, I mean, the thing about the worst thing about sort of like race in RPGs, for example, is that when you pick a race from Dungeons and Dragons, it gives you your cultural background, and an elf only comes from this kind of thing. The thing about it is that people are different in neighboring cities, and those specificities are what makes wonder and interest.
Right.
Yeah, it's an exercise of empathy to understand how the person in the neighboring city is different from you, rather than how similar are we, and are we part of the same nation, and do you belong here or not? Yeah.
Yeah. No, but it very rarely, because like, I mean, everybody has different feelings. Everybody likes what they like, and that's fine. I love games that form human skills. I also love games that encourage you to even ask questions that say a ton about the place you're playing in, but also say mostly enough to get you to start asking questions, right? Like
Yeah.
they call out to you to explore that and interrogate that, and look at that. And even though you know, the adventure we just played, you said it's very point crawl, and there's plenty of points on the map to go to. There's also all the spaces in between, and though those aren't nailed down, all those spaces in between on a really good point crawl are all begging you to ask questions about why things are the way they are, where you're situated specifically, and they give both the concrete spaces you need to start to put your mind around something, as well as the empty spaces you need to start interrogating the fiction and ask things. And Thousand Islands hits that means so well in every, like, the 2 or 3 PDFs that I've had a chance to look through, as well as in this adventure specifically. But I also see that a lot generally in your writing. Like, there is a desire to get people to explore some of those empty spaces and start asking those questions, and it's one of the things I love the most. As reflected in just like I said, our dialogue here at the end. I think for me, one of my big questions, and you kind of touched on it earlier, you talked about the fear that you each had of roaches and how that was a thing for, like, that's not what you like, but you're writing a book about that, right? So, I mean, I would love to hear a little bit more about, like, as you're writing into something that's that you experience a fear or a resistance or, you know, disgust around. Does that shift your does that change your emotional experience of that at all? Or what has that been like, if not?
For sure, in the sense that because we've had to look at so many pictures and look up so many details about roaches, you gotta kind of get used to certain aspects of it. So some of it, so for example, concurrently, me and Sharon, my partner, we are working on our garden here at home and building sort of these compost piles. And roaches love compost piles, but so, like, in that context, they don't seem disgusting, or like they don't set off my phobia sort of alarms. Maybe because they're smaller and they're kind of different in color. Yeah, so that, I guess the idea that there are different kinds of roaches comes from just seeing them more. And also living in sort of like a more natural environment. Because I used to be a city person and only know roaches from cities. But, you know, there are different kinds of roaches, and some of them are really essential for your garden, like things like that. So in terms of seeing wider breadth beyond fear, I think that's very much the case. Yeah, no. I mean, writing about something you fear also means that you try to be respectful in a, I don't know whether this sounds like twee, but it's not, there is a sense with me and myself that this particular subject is not ours to do to dispose with as we please, you know. So, like, we may laugh about, like, oh, I've been cursed by more roaches recently, and that may just be confirmation bias, but it's still it's sort of a mental note to sort of, like, remember that when you write about real things, you are touched by real things. So
Love it.
I don't know. That's.
Now, my last question is pretty practical, and that is, so you've been doing the kind of the zine format to this point. You've got this new book format that you're doing with this. Is this something that y'all are looking to transition? Would you like to be doing more of these, or are we still going to kind of see a mix back and forth of, you know, we'll do a book every once in a while, but we really want to stick with kind of the zine gazetter format more so? Any plans around that or thoughts on that so far?
We do want to make more books, but also the building block of the project is that zine length. It is 3,000 to 4,000 words long in length, and it is equal amounts of art. And that is the sweet spot really for us. Like anything longer, and if I get bored with the thing, and anything shorter, there's not enough space. So even with this book, it is kind of a compilation. It is 3 adventures and 3 gazetteers, and then like tools. So it is essentially 8/9 zines.
Yeah.
Smushed. But then that's just me because I've never been able to write a full length thing, so I've always had to mentally compartmentalize. Even when I'm writing long form, it's like they're all little stories collected together or like strung together. Yeah.
No, it was an
So
absolute.
short answer is that yes, we will be making more scenes.
And it sounds like some more books in the future also too. No, I'm super excited. Again, if people haven't gone to check it out, you go to ttrpg.link/reachgame. It'll take you right there. Links are down in the descriptions also too. We have a bunch of phenomenal creators on this. If you haven't checked out the work of any of these amazing people, I would love to. I would encourage you to check all of them out. They are all phenomenal creators in their own right. But right now, while Reach of the Roach God is live, please go check it out. If you can't back it for any reason, that's fine. I'd encourage you to share it with somebody who you think might enjoy it. But
check it out.
Yeah.
The A Quiet Lake which I ran is actually the free preview PDF for the campaign, which is free, which is available for everybody to download. So
yeah. Yep. So if you want to know what any of the weird stuff we were doing with was, you can also go find out also too now. And so no, like I said, I had a blast. We'll look forward to playing. We don't have a good way we end this. We just all wave at the camera until I take us off air.
That works.
Bye everybody.
Bye. Thank you so much.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.